Greetings, weary traveler, come, warm yourself by the fire, and let us regale you with mighty tales, tales of adventure, tales of heroism, tales of the new expansion, Gates of Oblivion, and of course, tales of Tamriel. I am your host, Arkaniir, and as usual, I am joined by my two amazing co-hosts, starting with the man, the myth, the legend himself, LotusOfDoom. How's it going, Lotus?
I am very tired, and I'm definitely not farming AP on my other screen right now. I assure you of that.
We will just ignore that and act like you are fully focused on this show.
Look, I can split my attention because of all my excitement from this week.
I feel like once we start getting into the discussion, we'll
exactly.
We'll steal you from Cyrodiil.
Yeah.
But also joining us, the joy of the show, the giggle queen herself, the victorious for this week, HyperPixie Gaming. How's it going, Pixie?
Amazing.
That is.
I won a thing finally.
You did. You did. Do you want to tell everyone before we get to Tales, or do you want to build suspense until?
Well, I'll just go ahead and get it out of the way in case I fall asleep during Tales again. So, I feel like that's valid. Last week, week before last now, because we skipped a show, we were challenged by Lotus to see who could do Castle Thorn first, and the hard mode.
Yeah.
And we're going to ignore the fact that I had more time in there than Ark, because at the time that we were actually challenged to this, I was in Moongrave Fane instead, so then I had to switch gears entirely to go back, so it was like being in there the first time again. I'll just ignore the other attempts. And the Soul Gem Society beat the Untaunted to the clear, and we are now, we have the nice little inedible titles, and it's awesome.
That you guys did.
That's a really funny title. I like that one. It's ridiculous.
You guys caused a lot of laughter though so initially on Monday, I think it was, Pixie was like, I won, we cleared the dungeon, and she sent screenshots, and I was like, that's Moongrave Fane, that's not Castle Thorn. And she's like, weren't we supposed to do Moongrave Fane? I'm like, I did Moongrave Fane 5 months ago. We were talking about Castle Thorn. They went in and got the wrong hard mode cleared.
Which is super impressive. You went in, cleared a different hard mode, then went in and cleared that hard mode. You just needed a little nudge in the right direction.
Yeah,
exactly.
You just needed the competitive spirit, I suppose.
We cleared 2 hard modes before Art cleared 1 hard mode, so it works.
I mean, I played only 1 night, so there's also
we played 2
3
nights.
hard modes.
We played 2 nights. 2 nights, 2 hard modes. So the only way that you can equalize, I will give you this. On Monday, or the next time you guys run, if you guys clear Castle Thorn, we will call it a tie.
Oh, okay. Now it just got real. It
got real, and that is an olive branch right there. That is an impressive bit of generosity. So it's like, if you squander this arc, you've earned your ribbing.
No, but see,
Until
this
then,
is why
I'm going to make your life hell. But if you beat it on Monday, we're equals. Just like I did with Lair of Marsalok whenever I also beat you at that one.
This is exactly a Queen Iran move. A very naive move.
I'm kind. You
naive
build your
as well.
empire by being kind.
Oh man, I'm not.
Wait until I clear Frostvault Veteran first.
That's right. Oh man, that's a sneak peek at the coming challenge after this one.
If you don't offer the same damn olive branch arc,
all I'm saying is Queen Iran is naive. So that's all right. So we have a massive, as you can see on the screen, we have the news of Gates of Oblivion finally revealed on Tuesday in a global reveal event. And we were planning to do a bonus episode right after the reveal event. But as it turns out, they had a lot of news to release. And we only had about an hour to record that night. And we were like, okay, we simply cannot cover this in a bonus episode in an hour. So we decided to skip that and record at our usual time. And well, I don't know, maybe do like a 5-hour episode. We will see how long this goes. So we'll get into that now. For our video listeners, I actually prepared a proper-ish layout so we can talk based on the images and everything as well. And for our audio listeners, of course, we'll be as descriptive as we can. Starting with, there's a quick to mention to start before getting into the Gates of Oblivion news. In 2021, throughout the year, they will be upgrading their server hardware, their server infrastructure, so it can support, because it's outdated. It's like several years old now. So they are going to be updating the hardware, and hopefully that will carry the game further for several more years and help with the performance. Maybe require less maintenance or less server failures, we will see, but it's a good thing. So, Blackwood is the name of the new expansion that will be released on June. So, we are going to Blackwood.
Which is exactly where we said we were going to be going.
Sort of.
Okay.
Exactly.
We got the Leowin part right.
Yes.
We didn't
I was
get
going to
the
say,
Black
you
Marsh
actually
part
kind of more got the Leowin thing. If you want to talk about winning, I was thinking the more Bravil, and you were like, well, it could be Leowin as well. And it's like, oh yeah, that also makes sense. So it's like, yeah, we were super in that area, and it's like you actually nailed the exact area. So again, to all the people who loudly shouted Skingrad, don't worry, you're probably right. Come later in the year.
Actually, I wanna discuss that as well at some point, because I just finished the Markarth storyline, and now I see what the Skingrad.
Yes, you understand why everybody was,
and I'm confused,
saying Skingrad.
Yeah, and I'm confused.
I almost wonder if it's because they breadcrumb so much that perhaps they were trying to misdirect us slightly.
Maybe.
And also, I would assume we will see Skingrad for the Zone DLC, personally.
I thought we were getting
Deathlands.
They mentioned this, the Deadlands.
But is it just going to be a Plane of Oblivion? Like, I assume there has to be an entrance to the Plane of Oblivion.
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, it'll be interesting. For some reason, when they said Deadlands, I assumed they were going to give us a region, and then we can port to the Deadlands, as opposed to just here's
sort
a
of
chunk
like Western Skyrim and Blackreach.
That's what I was
caverns.
thinking.
But
yeah,
we'll see. So
yeah,
the map we are getting,
off.
We actually got a map, sort of like a highlight, not exact borders, but sort of a highlight. And it reaches, so it is southern Cyrodiil, reaching all the way to the end of Shadowfen. So we are getting western Blackmarsh, plus Nibbon Valley. I think that river, what is the name of that river? I want to say Nibbon Valley or Nibbon River, something like that.
Yeah, is that?
Basically the river that goes all the way from Southern Sea into the Cyrodiil. The center of Cyrodiil, the river there. And we are getting the city Leowin. We are getting the Western Blackmarsh with the city Gideon. Now, Leowin we remember from Elder Scrolls Oblivion. It is the favorite city of a lot of people as well. And I was kind of hoping for Bravil, but yeah, we don't know.
Skingrad's my favorite city, honestly. But Leowin's really cool too. Mm-hmm.
So Leowin is sort of the swampy, closer to the river city in the southern Cyrodiil, and it's gonna be a throwback as usual. I just want to mention someone called Queen Irene just followed.
Thank
on top
you,
of our
Queen
discussions.
You are amazing.
We normally don't do Twitch callouts on the podcast specifically, but we were just discussing having another alliance war, so
Hail to the Queen.
That was on topic.
That's hilarious. Don't worry, Pixie. I'll put your emotes in chat.
Do not. No. Don't do this to me, Lotus. My queen is in chat. My queen is in chat. You can't blaspheme my name right
now.
Right. So, just gonna swoop over that. Sweep it under the rug. So we had before 2 throwback cities as well, Anvil and Gwach, and they were beautifully done in the Gold Coast in the Dark Brotherhood DLC, because it's always great to see these cities several hundred years before we last saw them in Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And, some of the ruins are restored. Some of the buildings that were abandoned or whatever are now actually in use. The cities are in a lot more pristine condition. So it'll be very nice to see Leavin as well in that sense. And Pixie, you've been playing Oblivion to prepare for Gates of Oblivion. Have you been to Leavin?
I got to just outside Leavin before I had to stop, and then Mid-Year Mayhem interrupted that. But I'm hoping to get back into Oblivion, just take a brief hiatus from slaughtering EP long enough to jump back into Oblivion, because I do miss it.
That's just mean-spirited.
Oh, is it now?
Yes.
Is it?
No, it is justified when we do it. It is mean-spirited when you do it.
Oh.
Because we are AP, the Righteous Pact, and you are Aldmir Dominion, the villains of Elder Scrolls.
I swear to Stendar that you said, we are AP, which is exactly how I view you.
You can't hold my accent against me. That's just...
Okay,
that's further mean.
That's not what I meant.
That's further
not what I meant. Because you say EP all the time, and I always hear it correctly. This one time I did not. Because you said AP.
Oh, man. One of the few things that I am pleased, because I don't know what year it was that I originally started saying, if you're not EP, you're AP. It was many years ago now, where I just always put that post up. I'm quite pleased to see that in Zone Chat in Cyrodiil, we actually had that chant going on our side because somebody was faction flipping. So they just started hunting the person so they couldn't boost. I was like, this pleases me greatly.
So actually, we should all I have red hair and I don't. I'm very...
Yeah, we just discussed that in the pre-show. Yeah, so she doesn't apparently have red hair. She just has red lighting, which is further, even more pact-spirited than...
It's purple! It's purple! And so if I turn on the overhead light, my hair is the proper shade of dirty blonde. But with the purple lights, it brings out red tones that I apparently have there. And...
Anyway, so for next week, I propose we all go into Oblivion, and we all go into Leavin, and maybe build up some theories as to how some things will be in Elder Scrolls Online's version. That could be fun. Just take a trip to Leavin, walk around, maybe check some of the side quests and some of the sites, and try to guess what we'll see or what Easter eggs we'll get in the Elder Scrolls Online version.
So something go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Something I think I mentioned last time when we were doing the theories was talking about the Anzalil and how cool it would be if we could raid into Oblivion with a group of supercharged Argonians. Either I said it on this show or I said it later to somebody else, and lo and behold, there's a huge Argonian focus. And I feel like it's because it's going to be something Anzalil-like, where we're going to the Deadlands in Q4 because we're going there with the Argonian tribes who are going to shut those gates.
It would be a lot of fun to go with those Argonians, because they are, as we mentioned this before, they are probably the most badass and crazy versions of Argonians. Even
when they're all jammed up on his sap.
Well, I mean, whatever makes it work, I guess.
Yeah, whatever.
But
Terms are the answer in this case.
I think we talked about that off the show, but
I think we might have too.
Yeah, so the thing is, in 4th era, in 3rd era, in the Oblivion Crisis.
Yeah.
So Oblivion gates are opening everywhere. All across Tamriel, everyone is trying to hold off the Daedra that is coming from the gates. They're trying to build barricades. They're trying to close them and everything like that. Not this random, crazy Argonian tribe. What they decide is they rush into Oblivion, Deathlands, through the gates. So instead of killing everything that is coming out of the gates, they decide they'll just invade Deathlands using the gates. And they cause Meirenes Dagon to close gates in Blackmarsh because they cannot stop the rushing waves of Argonians invading Deathlands.
Which is amazing.
It is one of the most badass lore pieces in Elder Scrolls universe. Which is why I don't feel bad at all making fun of Argonians in any way. Because if they wanted, they can probably nuke half of Tamriel and just sweep it under the rugs. But they don't. They just relax.
Well, they don't care. There's no point to conquest when you don't care about the past or the future. You're just like, yeah, man, I just want to
They just
veg out
lick
and
their
relax.
sacred tree, and I don't know what it does to them, I guess. But
it amps them up, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. They get the big thing, which is what's always something that I'm curious about, because clearly they can amp themselves up and be really off the rails powerful if they want to. But there's one, the dedication concept, and two, they definitely seem to encounter issues the farther away they get from their hist.
Yeah.
So, like, it's one of those scenarios where nobody wants to conquer Black Marsh. One, because Black Marsh is a disaster. And two, because you have to deal with the Argonians there. But it's always funny that it's both their strength and their weakness of, well, yeah, if you come to us, we will destroy you. But how far out, like, if they were to be conquerors, which that's not their MO, how far would they be able to get away from their super hist before it actually was like, oh, okay, now we're starting to like run low on juice type of thing. So it's like a weird...
True, I suppose. Yeah.
They dominate one specific area as long as they're in it type of thing. It's a very unique setup that they have there.
I mean, can't they just like make small histories, carry it,
bottle up,
like put it, bottle it up, put it on a cart,
put it on a wagon.
Just
I will say, I feel like it can't be a coincidence. I mean, I guess
I don't think so. I like anything that they will do that references the lore of Elder Scrolls in this DLC, whether it's Oblivion, mostly Oblivion related. It will be in some way either an Easter egg or throwback or something that they will be using because it exists. So I don't think it's going to be random. Like if we see that tribe of Argonians, we are going to be referenced to their crazy ways. I mean, obviously they did it several hundred years after Elder Scrolls Online's timeline, like 800 years or so. But they'll probably get like a like a nod towards that event.
Very briefly during the whole stream, I noticed that there was an Argonian behemoth that looked like it might have been either a quest or a world boss. And I think that we might see at least Argonian behemoths charging into the Deadlands. It would make sense if we went into the Deadlands with a group of Argonians. Because it's such an Argonian heavy storyline whenever it doesn't necessarily need to be. They put it there for a reason. And I feel like you said that they're at least going to reference it. I feel like we're going to be charging in with a group of crazy, hyped up Argonians. And I am here for it.
I mean, that would be fun. Just like running behind 50 Argonian behemoths, just charging into Daedra lines. That would be a sight to
test
see.
The companion system right there. Everybody gets an Argonian behemoth companion.
Well, and also like a little bit of ancient history on me with Elder Scrolls. The first guild that I was actually really active in was called the Anzaleel, and it was an all Argonian guild. And that was the first one that I got an invite to, that I actually like ran with them for about a year, pretty much nightly. And I'm still good friends with the guild master from that old guild. So it's like a really big deal to me personally to have this happen. So I'm really holding out for this.
I mean, that guild will have a blast if that happens to be the case.
I don't think they're around anymore. They're back on Xbox. And I know Hoodie, the guild master, he doesn't really play that much anymore. So I don't think they're a thing anymore. But
I mean, this would bring him back
awesome.
if he's that interested in that in the Zanzil. This would be a reason to jump back into the game.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, the other city that we are gonna get in this region, other well, I guess we're gonna get a whole bunch of towns and whatnot because it's an expansion zone stage. They generally have a whole bunch of them. But the other big city is called Gideon, which is an ancient Argonian city. It has they only have one image of this city, and it has this. Remember the structures in Murkmire, the Argonian structures? It's like that, but an entire city. And apparently, this city was only available in Elder Scrolls games once before in Elder Scrolls Arena. So this is the first time this city will make an appearance since 1994.
So the only people that will be able to beat us to this, of course, is the great group of people over at UESP. But I would like to say we should definitely all fire up Arena and explore Gideon. No?
Can we just stick to the layaway in Oblivion?
So I went there. It's super uninspired in Arena. So FYI, I can actually post some pictures from our account. Just if anybody is curious what Gideon looks like in Arena, I can put them up on the tails. It is the most generic looking city, just like every other city.
Yeah, I was gonna say back then it's just pixels with a different,
it's
just
a square
a slightly different colored city. I suppose
it's not even a swamp.
But was there anything in terms of either story or quests or lore pieces? Like, was there anything?
So let me put it this way: I went through the entire game without ever going to Gideon.
Oh.
I went there literally just when they announced it because I was like, wait, I can do that. I've already done this stuff. So I went and just looked around and I took a couple screenshots. I was like, well, that was unimpressive. And then just moved on.
You should get back there and, I don't know, maybe try to find a quest or something fancy, like a trivia thing.
Yeah.
Anything to make you suffer more Arena, Lotus.
Well, that doesn't sound great, actually.
So Pixie and I will go to Oblivion to check out Leavin, and your quest is to go back to Arena and check out Gideon.
Perfect.
I was free. I beat it.
No.
This is the best.
I mean,
thank you for your sacrifice.
Would you rather go back to Arena to check out Gideon or play Battlespire?
I'd rather play Arena.
There you go. So now we have an excuse.
So far, I would rather. Yeah. So far, you are correct. I would rather play Arena.
There you go. So yeah, that's your quest: checking out Gideon in Arena, and our quest is checking out Lev in Oblivion, and we'll regroup in the next episode to discuss all those things, or the other episode, because I don't know when we are going to do all of this, but we have until June, so we have a lot of time. So yeah, that's going to be the most recent zone. So this is going to be a very Imperial and Argonian-focused expansion. I mean, it is Southern Cyrodiil with Black Marsh mixed together. So apparently it's going to be a cultural mix pot with Imperials and Argonians. We are going to be getting a good look at both of their cultures, their interactions. And it's going to be very, very inspired on both of those cultures. As for the story, so they did give a premise about the story. It's actually it's not that spoilery, honestly. It's just a very simple thing. It simply involves the Longhouse Emperors and the pact they made with Dagon. So we discussed whether if the villain was going to be Meridia this time, hopefully. We were really hoping for that, and we were not close at all. At least all the things that we know at the moment. Dagon, Dagon
That's
doesn't
what I
seem
keep
to
holding out for.
Dagon doesn't seem to be our friend. He's our enemy again. Not in the sense that he is invading like Oblivion, but I guess in a more different manner. So we are going to be unraveling some sort of mystery or conspiracy between Longhouse Emperors and Dagon and the whole bunch of cults that follow Dagon.
Right, because clearly they're owed something from allowing the Longhouse Emperors to claim that brief period where they took the Ruby Throne and then, shortly thereafter dethroned, and boom, we are in the interregnum with, Elder Scrolls Online where we are now. So we get to deal with their mess up.
Oh.
What?
You mean the mess up of... So whenever I hear Longhouse Emperors, are we talking Nords?
No,
Reach. Different Longhouse. Oh,
Reach
okay.
yeah.
Reach.
Yeah.
Basically, the
I
Emperor...
thought it was going to be the Nords screw up.
No. Longhouse Emperors were the
excited.
Reachmen.
Yeah.
Or Reach folk.
Sorry, I think of Longhouse, which makes me think of Vikings, which makes me think of Nords. So I just got misdirected there a bit. Sorry.
So the Longhouse Emperors are, after the Remen dynasty, I believe, the Reach folk basically managed to take over the empire. And they are
that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it's sort of strange considering Reach folk never really considered all that or brought up all that much, especially after like Third Era. Because at that point they are really scattered and they are regarded as plain savages. But after Remen Dynasty, they managed to sit on the throne until Verinacalarius, the prophet, manages to start a rebellion and take down... What was the name of the last Longhouse Emperor, the Reach? The one Varen took down.
Wasn't it... Oh, wait, no, Black Drake...
It's even mentioned in the Markart DLC that I just finished, but...
I haven't finished it. I have finished the main part of it, but I haven't finished like the epilogue part of it.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So I haven't gotten to this part yet, I don't think.
Oh, it's just the dialogue part. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual Longhouse Emperors. It's just because in Markart, the Reach is controlled by the Reach folk. Obviously, the Longhouse Emperor gets mentioned at a point, but it doesn't have anything to do with it.
By the way.
Who?
Leovic.
Oh, Leovic. There we go. Yeah, Emperor Leovic. Yep. There you go.
It was going to drive me nuts because I couldn't remember. I was like, it's not Black Drake. It starts with an L, and I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I remember the L. I just couldn't remember the full name.
Yeah, so I just needed to look that up.
Yeah, basically, Varen takes down Leovic, and after that, I guess after Longhouse Emperors, the Reach folk never really returned to full power as they were once, and then just continue to get regarded as savages and just random barbarians because they never really get a foothold anywhere in Tamriel. What was I talking? Oh, right. Yeah, so that's the story. That's what the story is going. I forgot how I got there. Thankfully, this time it was related. So that's pretty much the zone and the story of the expansion and what we will be doing. Now, obviously, they announced a whole lot more than that. And so we are going to get a new world event as well, as we did with every single expansion. So we had dolmens in the original game. Then we had gazers in the Somerset expansion. We had dragons in Elsewhere. And we had Hero Storms in Greymore expansion. Obviously, this time, with Gates of Oblivion, it is gonna be Gates of Oblivion. So
go figure.
Except they are not calling these Oblivion Gates, these world events, and they are calling them Oblivion Portals. So they might not be exactly the same looking gates that we see throughout Elder Scrolls Oblivion or even in Elder Scrolls Online at some point, because for some reason they called it Oblivion Portals. Maybe it was during the live stream, during the global reveal event. They had they forgot the name.
So at one point, Rich said that Dagon, this is before the Oblivion Crisis, so this is kind of Dagon's practice run. So Dagon is still learning and trying to perfect his methods that he then uses in the Third Era to have that massive Oblivion Crisis. So it was something that was just very briefly mentioned. So he said they are going to be, it was implied that they're going to be different and not as powerful as the ones we see in the Third Era in Oblivion.
Okay, there you go. So they are Oblivion Portals and not gates then. Yeah, I had missed that part. It makes sense. So, and I guess it's a way to not make it exactly the same as Oblivion, because if you have Oblivion Gates, the only way to close an Oblivion Gate by lore is going up the tower, getting rid of the sigil, and teleporting out. So if they had made, I guess, Oblivion Gates, they would have had to implement the exact same mechanic. So I guess there's that. So a couple things they mentioned is that these won't have specific spawn locations, apparently. They said, I think it was Finn who mentioned you will have to seek them out. And I have a question mark to this note that I wrote because I wasn't exactly sure what I heard. I think Finn said they are going to be sort of like a mini dungeon in the way that they are going to work.
Maybe we will have to climb the tower then if they're like a mini dungeon.
I don't know. It's gonna be a complex. Like he sort of mentioned that it's going to be complex and it's going to be for sort of like a mini dungeon, and you will have to seek them out across the land, and they won't have as specific fight locations like Hero Storms, Dolmens, and things like that. But they are going to have the same reward structure as the other events in the way that they work. You know, you go in there, you close it, you loot everything you kill, and you get a final reward, chest or something you dig, whatever. But again, like I don't exactly know what he exactly said in the sense that they're going to be mini dungeons. So take that with a grain of salt, I guess. Don't quote me on it just yet, because I haven't listened the entire thing back. I'm planning to do so at some point. But it's going to be interesting nonetheless. I mean, we are going to go... One thing that I think about is... Essentially, they are going to be portals, and we discussed this with Lotus. So Lotus brought it up in the very earlier Gates of Oblivion discussion episodes that we had. How is the portals gonna perform when there are 50 people going in and out of it? Like, because these world events tend to gather a huge amount of well, if they are not going to have specific spawn locations though, then these might have a higher frequency of spawning and less people getting involved with them. So that's also a possibility.
And if they don't have specific spawn locations, they might actually have more than one spawning at a time. Mm-hmm, so if 3 pop up at the same time, everybody's yelling about where it is in zone chat, like we're going to be split between however many places.
So that might...
And they might actually cap it. Like, I noticed in Imperial City, whenever I was playing, like they had a full instance in the arena district. And so it just wouldn't let me jump to it. So it might do something like that, where there is a hard cap. So it might open like maybe 3 of them. And then if there's too many going to one, it'll either just automatically kick you to the other. Or maybe it's some kind of instance thing where it either won't let you in, or it'll be instance to where you always have X number of people with you. I'm not sure.
I can see an instance thing working out. Because capping it and not letting you in would be... sort of, because if, like, say I have a daily quest, right? Daily quest, finish 5 Oblivion portals. If they cap it, I could essentially never be able to do it because I'm always late there and I'm always locked out of the fight. Right. That would be weird. But I can see multiple instances of the same portal running simultaneously. And, I don't know, maybe everyone then ports back to a same location to fight a final boss. We'll see. I really don't know how these are gonna work.
I'm excited to try it though.
Oh yeah, because it's something new. World events are my favorite things in MMOs, because you have to gather like a massive amount of people, and that's when Elder Scrolls Online, at least for me, feels the most like an MMORPG. Because like I go up to a dragon, there's no way I can solo it. I need at least like 10 different people unless it's one of these super crazy players. Or I go up to a Hero Storm and I'm like, well, I need people, at least like 10 people to clear this. Same with the world bosses, where you used to be able to very easily solo them. Now soloing a world boss requires you to have very good DPS, which I obviously don't. So these world events are what makes ESO feel like the most MMORPG-like for me. So I'm really excited whenever they add new things. I even looked past the dragon lore breaking dragons, spawning everywhere in Second Era, because it was a lot of fun world event. Like it was fun. So I guess we'll see about the Gates of Oblivion, or Oblivion portals, as they call it.
Portals of Oblivion.
Portals of gates. Gate portals.
Perfect.
Gates are portals, dragons are cats.
Yep, it all comes together.
Obviously, we are going to get a new 12-man trial. It's going to be called Rock Groove, and unlike we suspected earlier in the previous episodes, it's not going to be an Oblivion Gate. So the trial is not running into Deathlands, charging into Deathlands, and closing an Oblivion Gate. We don't know much about it, other than the fact that, it's not in Deathlands. So we were wrong about that. They didn't release.
There's likely going to be at least one rock in the trial.
Yes, a rock and a groove will be involved somehow. We don't know how.
I love that it's Stone Garden followed by Rock Grove.
Yeah, that is a good point. So the next one will be Boulder
Canyon.
Boulder Canyon.
Perfect. We got this.
And then Planet.
Well,
system.
To be fair, nice.
Getting bigger and bigger.
I appreciate the fact that at least everything isn't going with the same theory that they had, which Finn jokingly responded to when he joined us over the summer, when they renamed Markarth from Darkstorm or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was like, what is with the dark and the gray? And it's like, what is with the color palette happening right now?
Gray Lord, Darkstorm.
We heard that.
Castlethorn, Storm Garden.
Yeah, so it was funny. Whatever. Markarth was a great. Although I will say I like Blackwood. I
like that name too.
So at least it's not a mashup of two obvious things. Well, I guess Black Marsh and where does the wood come from?
Blackwood is actually the name of that region.
Yeah.
Really? Oh,
that's
okay.
the literal region. Yeah. No, that's
gonna be the new zone name.
Right. That's
okay.
So
I didn't know it was the name of the entire region, because the region I always assumed as Black Marsh, Western Black Marsh or something.
That part of it happens to be
Black,
called.
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. That makes
and I don't know. I definitely like that one. I think that one's pretty good.
So a very important question is, so far we have not mentioned whether if we are going to go into Deathlands at all, because in the trailers we go into Deathlands a whole bunch of times with Evely, the Argonian, and the Imperial. So where is Deathlands in all of this? Because obviously we have to go there at some point. So other than the Oblivion Gates or Oblivion Portals as world events, Deathlands will be a zone in Q4, in the fourth quarter of the year, so the last DLC. The last zone DLC. Now, this brings us to Skingrad and whether if we are going to the Skingrad tease and what type of a zone this will be. So towards the ending of the Markarth DLC, Skingrad is teased as the community members told us when we first discussed this entire thing, whether if we were going to Bravel or Leavin. People were like, well, the Skingrad was teased at the end of it, so we are probably going to Skingrad. The thing is, nowhere in this entire thing Skingrad is ever mentioned.
Yeah, they haven't overtly said that.
We know Leavin, so we know Bravel, Leavin, and Western Blackmarsh area, so Niben Valley is what we are getting, that for sure. And in Q4, in the Zone DLC, we are getting Deathlands. So in the pre-show, the idea was sort of, maybe we'll get Skingrad with a portal to Deathlands, so sort of like 2-in-1 Zone DLC, like Western Skyrim with Blackreach, that sort of thing. What do you guys think? Are we gonna get Skingrad with Deathlands or just Deathlands? And which one would you prefer?
So I think we're probably going to get just Deadlands. The way I remember it from the stream, and I'll have to go back and rewatch this part at some point. It seemed like it was heavily implied that the entire focus of Q4 DLC will be in Deadlands. So I think it's going to be like a Plane of Oblivion, just like Cold Harbor was, where you get like the whole thing. So they said that before Q4, we are going to explore pockets of the Deadlands as part of the story, and I'm assuming part of the gates / portals. But I think it's going to be entirely Deadlands focused, and I mean, I would love to see Skingrad because, as I like briefly mentioned earlier, it is my favorite city in Oblivion. I think it's really cool with all the like wineries around it and everything. I feel like unless they limited the portal area that takes you to the Deadlands to just the city and like the surrounding like wine groves, the grapevines, that they wouldn't really be able to do it a lot of justice, because that is a really cool area in Oblivion. That you have a huge opportunity to do a lot with. Now, if they just focused it on the city, you couldn't leave much outside the city, because remember, the Q4 DLCs are always much smaller than the expansions. I don't know how much they'd be able to pack into there, and it might be left feeling empty to some players if they try to cram Deadlands and Skingrad into one, would be my only concern. Now, if they left it as just the city and not much of the surrounding area around the city, maybe it could work.
Right.
But
that makes sense.
My fear would be there just wouldn't be enough of Skingrad if they did Skingrad plus Deadlands. Because they did heavily imply there's lots of Deadlands in Q4.
That makes sense because, like, if you look at the Reach DLC, it has the Markarth region, plus it has a Black Reach under, like, the caverns as well as the Warren Ruins. But the thing is, it's true, but both of them are very small, and they don't feel as packing and as complete as some of the other DLC zones we get. So you have the Reach, and then you have the Black Reach under the Reach, separate from Western Skyrim and Black Reach there. But they are both small compared to some of the other zones we get. So you are right. Like, if they did Skingrad and Deathlands, it could very well make both of them quite lacking. So I guess I would prefer only getting, as much as I love the Cyrodiil cities and would love to get more, I would, I guess, prefer only having Deathlands as well, like Cold Harbor.
Right.
You know, because we already had a concept. We already had a very separate plane. We had Clockwork City, which is fantastic. It was great. In the original game, we had Cold Harbor, which is, as a zone, is a very adequate zone. So we could very well have the entire, well, not the entire Deadlands, but we could have Deadlands very easily as a full zone. My only concern there is, so in Cold Harbor, we have sentient NPCs. By sentient, I mean they're not just mindlessly trying to kill everything like Daedra. So you have the Hollow City, you have the vampires that are trying to escape the grasp of Moloch Ball. You have the ancient Aelaids or whatever. So you have all these little factions that you interact and quest with, and they're not just mindless Daedra trying to murder everything they come across. So how is Deadlands going to be? Are we going to have a city in Deadlands that are sentient like Hollow City and you're just chilling with them, you can trade or whatever? Or is it just going to be like, hey, we are murdering everything that comes through this border because this is Deadlands and this is Dagon, and it never really has a friendly vibe?
I think we're going to be in there with a group of hist-crazed Argonians, and they're going to have a forward camp, and we're going to be plotting our strategy against Mehrunes Dagon with the Argonians. And the camp is going to be our central location. So I'm full in on this theory that the Argonians are not something they just slid in there just because they like Argonians. I think it's going to be, they're going to have a purpose in Q4. I think we're leading the charge with the Argonians, maybe a sect of Imperials as well. And I think our base is going to be like this militarized camp where there's going to be like a merchant and stuff there too. And we're leading the push in this big war against Mehrunes Dagon to get him to knock his crap off with the portals. Which he then learns from in everywhere but Black Marsh in the Third Era.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So, Daedric princes are said to have absolute power in their own realms. Right? So, in Cold Harbor, Molag Bal is absolute, but he doesn't have any power or in Deadlands. And Mehrunes Dagon doesn't have any power in Cold Harbor. So, that's why you don't see Daedric princes just having a go at each other, because they are all powerful in their own lands. And outside of it, they're like Meridia in Cold Harbor, who can only do so much. Like she can conjure a shield or manage to protect one city. So without a Daedric, like a massive Daedric help, because even Meridia in Cold Harbor was only able to do so much. Like that was the extent of her power in Molag Bal's realm. So having a forward camp of sorts in Deadlands, in Dagon's land, how would you manage to build that without a massive power support, basically? Because even though the Argonians were crazy in Third Era and they managed to roll into Deadlands and start slaughtering a bunch of Daedra, it was a rush. And it wasn't sort of like this, hey, we built a city here. Because we saw Dagon in the trailers a whole bunch of times in person swinging a giant axe at people. AKA, what is that? What's going to happen there?
I don't know, but the fact that Dagon was like walking around while they were in the Deadlands, I really hope there's like actually something to that, in the same way that like when you do March of Sacrifices, Hircine is just like looming above you watching. That just is such a cool concept, since Dagon is also, large. So having him just looming around or walking around in the Deadlands is a really cool concept. If that's a thing that I not that you could probably like run up and hit him or anything like that, but just like
bite
have
his
him
ankles,
like,
just stab.
Yeah, one damage out of 14 trillion.
I will say, so we have Lyrinth helping us, clearly, because she sent out these letters. And we see her again in the trailer. Is Lyrinth working for just herself, or is there a higher Daedra that she might be working for that might actually help us and help this Argonian behemoth force that I feel like is coming? So we might actually have the backing of another Daedric prince that we just don't know about yet. Similar to how we had the backing of Meridia.
I have a feeling Lyrinth always just works for herself. Like, she has this vibe. She has the similar vibe to Mani Marco, who is trying to, like, someone who's trying to become a god themselves. She gives me the exact vibes I get from Mani Marco. Just, even if she is working for another Daedra, she is trying to find ways to basically stab that Daedra in the back and become all powerful herself. That's what I'm thinking.
Another thing to think about is Lyrinth also has the Mysterium Xarxes. Because we see her use it to open up the portal into the Deadlands. So
True.
It could be Lyrinth herself who suddenly figured out a way. Yeah, she stole it.
In the trailer, the Mythic Dawn Priest drops it when Eveli starts shooting arrows and everything like that, and then Lyrinth just grabs it and starts running like a child that picked up something that they're not supposed to pick up.
It was great.
You see her running like with small steps.
Maybe... I don't know. Maybe Lyrinth is the one who's protecting us because she has the Mysterium Xarxes now. Like, yeah, she stole it, but she has it now. At a certain point, she acquires the book. Maybe she's able to use that to either cloak us or, I don't know, maybe Dagon's going to call a truce with us.
So
yeah.
I mean, using her, using us to get done whatever she's trying to do doesn't seem all that unusual. But I think it's less about helping us and more about using us to further whatever the hell she's trying to do.
Yeah, I think that's always the case with Lyrinth. Like, she never helps us. It's just that we have similar objectives aligned. Sort of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation with Lyrind.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, really far-fetched idea that's going to make Lotus very happy. But just hear me out. And I understand that I had talked on UESP about, like, Corpse of Abner Tharn and all that, so this is just going to be another one of those. Thank you.
I didn't. hold on, I didn't hear it yet. I missed half of that show.
Okay.
Do a quick recap for anybody who didn't hear the unofficial Elder Scrolls
because
podcast.
You said Abner Tharn, now I have to hear it.
Yeah, you won't like this. I love it.
So, okay, we were doing wild speculations. This was before the announcement and the trailer and all of that. So they mentioned potentially bringing back old characters, and they were like, oh, well, we never saw Abner Tharn actually die.
Yes.
And I forget which one of us brought up Mannimarco, but we didn't actually see Mannimarco actually die either. He's being tortured. So I said what's going to happen, which is unlikely now that I've seen the trailer, is that Mannimarco is going to reanimate the corpse of Abner Tharn. He's going to be the big bad guy as a lich, and we're going to have to take him down and get Mehrunes Dagon to help us. Which was just the most far-fetched thing I could think of that would involve Abner Tharn in a way that wasn't just bringing him back to life.
I will punch Mannimarco in places that should not be punched if he does such a blasphemous thing.
I love it so much because
how good plot would that be? I would cry the entire time I was killing him.
We've mentioned that, like, don't bring stuff back. Like, why did you make me feel things? That's a reason. Because then you get double gut punched.
Yeah, that's like...
I love it. Because it's like, now you can't not fight him. So anybody who loved Abner Tharn, it's just like, oh, not only did this happen, knife twist. Go on. Stop him from ruining the world, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I feel like that would be a really cool, like...
Why does he have to be a lich and evil? Why can't we bring him back to help us?
Look, once you...
We got everyone back. We got everyone back. Like, might as well get Abner Tharn back as well.
Well, yeah,
Who
but
did
once
we not
you're
get
done...
back?
I said I don't want everyone back.
I don't want either, but if you're going to get everyone back, might as well get Abner back as well. Either no one comes back, or Abner comes back too.
Look, he can come back, but he's just an undead marionette. That's fine.
Yeah, but if he's an undead marionette, he can't constantly insult people. That's his favorite. That's my favorite part about him.
Wasn't he kind of close with Mannimarco before Mannimarco was like super douche? Like I wanted to say that I not long really. Time since I did the original story.
To a degree that they like both liked power and they were for a while on the same side.
I feel like I lumped them together in my head the first time I played the main story several years ago.
After Mannimarco betrayed the Prophet, Abner was still working with Mannimarco because Mannimarco was, if I remember correctly, threatening him with something.
Yes.
So Abner Tharn continued to work with Mannimarco until we did something that basically stopped Mannimarco's hold on Abner Tharn, whatever it was. I think it was sort of like a blackmail situation or something.
Yeah, because Tharn, that's just it. Tharn wasn't with us right out the gate. He joined on.
He was like, we didn't trust him at first.
Yeah, we basically did a whole bunch of things that allowed Abner Tharn to fight Mannimarco.
Yeah.
Then I think Mannimarco is going to get his revenge by bringing Abner Tharn back as a lich to then fight us. Because that would be...
I subscribe to this theory. I think it's great.
So cool. I would cry the entire time I was beating him up, but...
I can see Mannimarco returning, though, because, again, Mannimarco's name also comes up in the Dark Heart of Skyrim. And...
Yep.
But... You also only have two options regarding Mannimarco. You either leave him to eternally get tortured by Molag Bal, or you release him. But actually, releasing him is killing him. You either kill him or let him get tortured eternally by Molag Bal. But the problem is,
if you quote unquote release him, I've always left him to get eternally tortured.
Yeah, I think releasing him is killing him. Like you either end his misery, quote unquote, by just stabbing him and he dies, or you leave him alive. So
maybe I left him alive. I don't remember killing him.
SD just mentioned he released Money Marco. And yeah, releasing him is killing him as far as I remember. That's because you don't get an option to just let him walk. That's no option.
Oh, okay.
So
like releasing him from life.
It's been so long since I've done the original main story that forgive me if I'm all fuzzy here. But
yeah,
that was
same.
my theory,
It's been
is that
6
somehow
years.
Abner Tharn comes back as a lich. We gotta fight him.
Yeah, but the thing with Money Marco is, we killed Money Marco like 7 times in Elder Scrolls universe. Dude keeps coming back anyway, so.
Oh yeah, Money Marco. Yeah, because he keeps making all these deals with, Daedric princes.
Yeah.
And we kill him off, and it's like, well, I'm not done with you. You haven't paid your debt to me, so get back out there. And it's like,
he's in Arena, he's in Oblivion, he's in Elder Scrolls Online. He's in every single era.
So, to get back, before I went off on one crazy theory, I do have another crazy theory for you guys. Think the reason why, remember how I asked a second ago, maybe Lyrinth is actually working for someone this whole time, and like what her true motives actually are? Maybe the reason why she wants a book so bad is because she's actually working with Hermaeus Mora, and Hermaeus Mora is going to help us against Mehrunes Dagon.
I
love it. Whatever it is, I love it.
I would love a Herma Mora twist.
Yes.
Because it's so underused in Elder Scrolls Online. We had all these massive, influential Daedra, yet we haven't had Herma Mora pop up at all.
Right.
Like, Lotus,
we've even had Periite.
Yeah, we had Periite was only like Scale Color Peak. He was involved
and
in
he's
a
got
dungeon.
that public dungeon.
Yeah. So we had, major ones we had in terms of like big quest lines and not just, references or small quests. We had obviously Morlock Ball. We had Clavicus Wild. What was this? Mephala, Clavicus Wild, and Nocturnal.
Yep.
We had, who else? We had some. Well, we are getting Dagon now. We had Meridia, obviously. So we had these 6 involved heavily, and then we had a whole bunch of smaller quest lines for the other ones. March of Sacrifices with Hercene. Sanguine, as Lego mentioned in chat, had a public dungeon quest line all the way in Stormfalls.
Also Shadowfen.
With the Eternal Party type thing.
Yeah.
Could be Shadowfen, yeah.
So, yeah, it's Shadowfen. So, also Lego mentioned wasn't Hermaeus Mora and Craglorn. Yes, there's the Seeker's Archive group dungeon.
Okay, I forgot about that one.
With the statue where I always say, cosmetics aren't my thing, whatever. Give me that statue and you get my money. So, just saying, there's a giant Hermaeus Mora statue in there that looks awesome, which we don't have as a housing item, which does make me sad. And also, there's a group of Bosmer cultists, I guess, that also have some dealings with Hermaeus Mora in that whole region of the Elmeri Dominion storyline as well. But yeah, that's all I can think of off the top of my head are those 2 specifically. So a side quest and
I can understand
one group dungeon.
Yeah. Also, Shia Gorath, by the way. Shia Gorath was very involved.
Yeah, with a lot of things.
I can understand, like, for example, Patriot, Sanguine, maybe... I guess... what was the one in... Well, I mean, it's going to be spoiler for Pixie, so I'm not going to mention it. But there is one also slightly involved in Markart DLC as well. But, like, these are smaller Daedras compared to the names we just listed. And then you have Hermaeus Mora, which is one of the, as I like to call them, prime Daedric princes.
That would be correct.
He is the Daedric prince of, like, knowledge, fate, destiny, and everything in between. But at the same time, how would he get involved in this?
Well, the thing is, like, more often than not, since, he's not super ambitious, unless it aligns with something.
There's a book involved.
Yeah, well, taking over areas isn't usually his MO too much. Because even going back to the Dragonborn expansion in Skyrim, that wasn't really his goal. It was just like, one of my dudes is like out of line. We need to put a stop to this. So it's just like, all right, I can do that. So, yeah.
And he wanted the knowledge from the skull. It was like a big motivation.
Right. And he wanted, exactly. So it's like, whatever. We just, once we get something where he needs some info, he can swoop in. I refuse to fight him, so he has to be on my side. And it needs to come with a really cool Hermaeus Mora title and maybe a Seeker polymorph so that I can hover around like a creep.
So, something to think about is why the hell does Larenth want the Mysterium Xarxes? Why did she steal that? Why did she, tell us about these cultists? She clearly wants us to help her get that book for some reason.
Yeah.
So, why is she looking for a book? Why does she care? She obviously has other motives. She already screwed over Molag Bal. Why? She wasn't necessarily working for Meridia either. Mm-hmm. So, she's a lesser Daedra, which makes me think that she has someone, ruling over her. And she's stealing books. Which just makes me think that it has a Hermaeus Mora thing written all over it.
I would love that. I would love Hermaeus Mora getting involved with everything just to get Mysterium Xarxes. Just to get his hand on Mysterium Xarxes. Because we know he doesn't know everything by default. He has to learn it. He has to basically hoard information. So it is possible he never learned the secrets of Mysterium Xarxes and everything Dagon related. So he might be interested in that. I can see that happening for sure. And it would be his style to not use a massive Daedric invasion and instead just one lesser Daedric agent, aka Larenth, doing very secretive operations. That would fit, I guess, Hermaeus Mora's style as well. And
then somehow Abner Tharn gets involved as a lich.
He just jumps into the scene at one of the points, I am involved.
Yeah.
Look, one of these
battle
crazy
music
theories
and he charges in from the left side of the screen.
One of these crazy theories is going to be true, and everyone's going to be like, wow, Pixie must have inside information. Pixie's just throwing things at the wall because there was a book.
We threw everything at the wall for 30 minutes in the last episode, thinking, and we made the same joke. We were like, well, one of these will happen, and we were like, we got it right. None of it happened. So
yeah,
no, some of it happened. We got Leowyn.
Yeah, exactly.
True, I guess.
Yeah, no, we got the location. I'm not gonna lie. We pinpointed the river.
Yeah.
And Pixie even got the exact city. we were on the right side of the map. So
See, we're figuring things out. Pixie got the right city, so I'm saying Pixie says Hermaeus Mora is involved. So we'll see. I feel confident. I feel like I've got this one.
Yeah. So, yeah. I guess we'll see again. Obviously, though, the news of this entire global reveal event is not limited to this. We still have a lot of them to go through. Now, every expansion either came with a class, a skill line, a new system, something like that. Somerset had Psijic skill line and a jewelry crafting. Morrowind had Warden class, Elsewhere had Necromancer class, Greymore had Antiquity system. So what does Blackwood, the Gates of Oblivion, have? And it is a system that I never would have seen coming in Elder Scrolls Online or an MMORPG. Apparently it does exist in some other MMORPGs, but I only play ESO, so...
Yeah, supposedly it's in SWTOR.
Yeah.
Also Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I think in Guild Wars. So it apparently exists in a lot of MMORPGs, but not in ESO.
If only I knew about MMORPGs.
Yeah. The companion system. So we are going to get NPC Combat Companions. So not just like pets or house guests or just, quest NPCs following us around looking like they are doing something, in fact dealing 0 damage and doing 0 things. These are going to be actually useful NPC companions that will be following us around. We'll be able to level them up, we'll be able to gear them up, and we will be able to customize their abilities, assign them roles, if you will. And they will be joining us in combat. They will have, once we get enough, we will be able to build relations with them, and at some point unlock personal storylines for these companions, and we will get them through quests as well. So in the beginning, in Blackwood expansion, there will be 2 companions, one male Imperial and one female Dunmer, as they said. And for now, they will be only available outside of PvP and solo arenas. Now, this is a very complex, this sounds like a very complex system to implement into Elder Scrolls Online. This is going to be massive. And it sort of split the community into 2 as far as I can tell, because I see a lot of people who believe this is not for them because they are already all-powerful, which some people really are. Like top-tier DPS in the game can already do pretty much any content in the game without the help of an NPC companion that is following them. Then there's also people like me who love this from a immersion perspective, and also because we can't solo most of the content in the game, either being not as good DPSs or being healers and tanks, so we need help of others at all times. There's also the argument that this will make ESO even further a solo game and not a move away from MMORPG. But as we just mentioned, if it exists in these many other games that are regarded as MMORPGs, why not Elder Scrolls Online?
So I can tell you so it was added recently in Final Fantasy XIV. I think it was sometime around the last expansion, Shadowbringers. Basically, the way they worked their companion system is it was something that you could only do in dungeons. And basically, you would queue for the dungeon. You could either queue as a pug or with a group that you pre-made, or you could choose to go in there by yourself. If you didn't want to wait on a DPS queue to pop or something, you could use your quote-unquote squad that you had to level.
Oh.
And you would bring in certain NPCs from the story, and they would, say you're a DPS, you would choose your healer, your tank, and the other DPS, and they would go through the dungeon with you. Because in Final Fantasy, there are quests that you literally have to do a dungeon in order to progress in the story. So you have to do that dungeon story in order to move forward. So it was forcing you into group play before, but at a certain point they realized, I guess, that's not everyone's style. So they made it possible to solo these dungeons by bringing in these NPC people. I feel like that the one huge use for this companion system is for older content. So if you go into Elsewhere right now, you're not always going to find a dragon group, and you can't take down a dragon by yourself unless you're some kind of crazy top tier player that I am not. So, or even going into Orsinium, into Hrothgar, and trying to attack any one of those world bosses. They're really hard to solo, at least for me. So it makes older content valid again. So say I want to go back into Somerset and get all of the Sapiarch motifs because let's say I missed them. And so I'm running those world boss dailies. Those world boss dailies are suddenly achievable because I just needed a little bit extra oomph for my healer to actually kill the thing instead of just staying alive for a really long time. So the only one of those bosses I can solo in Somerset, for example, is Queen of the Reef because she doesn't do all that much damage. But the rest of them just annihilate me if I'm by myself. So I feel like this is just keeping older content relevant and at the same time getting more people into the game. And if they all have their storylines as well, then even those top tier players who are like, oh, I don't need this system. If you like story at all, then you're going to want to build relationships with these people because you're going to get extra story out of them. So I feel like there's something for a lot of people. It's not going to be something for everyone. Like those people who were just in here for in-game raiding and stuff. This isn't really probably going to be your thing unless you do want to just try to solo a thing and you're leveling a tank or something like that and it's harder to kill things. But I feel like there's something that if you really stop and think about it, most people in the game can get behind to some extent, even if it's not something they necessarily use all the time.
Okay, you made a lot of great points that I hadn't noticed before, even though I like the system. Now I like it more because I wasn't thinking of the older zones as well, which is annoying because, as you said, like I needed something from the Hrothgar bosses, like a while ago, and it's just I if it wasn't for some of the folks in our guild, I wouldn't have been able to do it because there is no way I can solo anything. Just the other day, I hit a world boss in the Reach for like 20 minutes until someone came along and helped me finish it off. Because even when I'm outfitting my character for questing with whatever I have in terms of DPSing, it's just my DPS maybe goes up to like 20k, I think. I am not a DPS. I played this game solely as a tank for 6 years. That's all my sets are. That's all I know. Now, so having a character that DPSs, and another thing is, I play this game in the middle of the night. There is no one on the servers. It's empty. So most of the time I'm playing ESO, the entire server is empty. There's no one. And this would really, really help out. And initially I had assumed these would be like combat pets. So when they said these would still be available in dungeons and trials, I mean, they didn't say these would be available in dungeons and trials, but said only not available in PvP and solo arenas. At least they are still testing, but at the initial idea is. I thought, that was my assumption, that you would bring your companion and players. So you would go into a 4-man dungeon with 4 players and 4 companions, which was very confusing for me because that would require the difficulty shift in all of the dungeons in the game. Everything would need to change. Then you mention how Final Fantasy's companion system works, and it just replaces a player. So it's not like you go in as 4 players and 4 companions, but you go as 3 players, 1 companion. So it could be like, we are gonna run a dungeon. We just wanna do it our way. We don't want to pug. It could be like, okay, well, who has a, I don't know, DPS companion? Pop it up. That makes a lot more sense now that you mention that than just bringing in 12 companions along with 12 players into a trial. That makes a lot more sense. So
I'm hoping that's how they implement it, because think about how much shorter, like, you won't have to wait in a DPS queue if you are missing a tank. You just bring out your tank. Or if
you just want to do story. Like, that's one of the problems a lot of new players have, because they can't get the story unless they have people that they know that are willing to slow burn the dungeon. They queue into a dungeon, they want to see the story, they want to explore the dungeon, but like most of the player base have been in the game for 6 years, 5 years, 4 years, whatever. They just burn through because it's the 7,000th time that they are in that dungeon. So the new players, they can't get the story content from these dungeons, or they can't get the beautiful environmental design of these dungeons. They can't absorb it because everyone just nukes through them. Like, we go through Fungal Grotto in like 7 minutes. It's instant. You go into Fungal Grotto, especially if it's on normal, for your random normal dungeon, it takes like 7 minutes. Everything dies instantly. You don't even need a tank or a healer. You just bring 4 DPS, and you click one button, and the entire dungeon blows up. So, yeah, in that regard, this will help new players a lot as well. So solo content, dungeon content, story content, this, all in all, I can see this being a very, very fun and very useful system. Now, another question I have is, in Final Fantasy, you mentioned squads. I wonder if in ESO, we will be able to form a squad. So will I be able to only run with one companion, like in Elder Scrolls games, like the single player games, or will I be able to run a 4-man group, like 3 companions and myself? Now that I am also curious about.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I know they only have 2 to start, but I don't know. That was the big question mark in my head as well. Like, are you expected to then duo all of the dungeons, which on normal is fine for a lot of people, especially if like you have your companion as a high level DPS or something. I don't know. I think that'd be really cool because that is something I really liked about Final Fantasy system. I didn't personally try it out. And so my best friend plays Final Fantasy quite a bit, so I heard all of this from her and her husband. I know they find it a little bit annoying because they don't like to grind to level their squad, but it was something that I remember whenever it first launched, I was like, wow, that's really cool, because there are times too, like most of the time whenever I play ESO, I want to be social and I want to talk to people and hang out with my friends. But there are times, especially on the rare instances whenever I'm playing, like if my son's up but distracted, like if he's watching a kid movie that I don't really want to watch and I have some time to play, but I don't necessarily want to be on mic or really communicating with others that much, and I don't really feel like running with a pug because I have to stop a whole bunch to go do mom things. Squads or companions solve that whole problem for me. So then I can still play and I can still do dungeons and all that stuff, whatever I want to do, even if I have to like stop a million times to go to kid stuff, because I'm not going to be holding up like other actual people. And then there's those nights where it's like, I want to play ESO, but I don't really want to talk to people for whatever reason, because either I'm tired or it's just not my thing that night. And I still have this NPC there to help me through whatever I'm doing, because I play a healer all the time. So I think it's a net good. Like, I know there were some people saying it's going to make the game too easy, but my response is just don't use it then. It's not a useless system. Like, this brings a lot of good to the game. If it's implemented in the way that I'm hoping it's going to be implemented, there's so much you can get out of it. And I feel like a lot of people, if they just put their whole, oh, this is going to make the game too easy notions aside and just kind of come at it with fresh eyes and just give it a shot, they can find a use for it on their own too.
And the thing is, I think people who thought this will make the game too easy possibly misunderstood how it's gonna work, just like I did. Like, they probably also thought that this would work like Sorcerer, Combat Pets, or Warden Bear or something, that you would spawn in the dungeon while already having 4 players, or in a trial while already having 12 players. And assuming the AI in these companions will never be as good as a trained player to do mechanics, I think they are just going to be, because it makes a lot more sense now that they would work like the Final Fantasy version, that these would just be a, backup character. You are going to run a trial, right? You want to run a trial, you gather 12 people, and boom, one of the DPS dropped because they have something to do, their internet borked, they have an emergency, whatever, and you're missing down a person. Someone could be like, okay, who's got the best DPS companion? And I could be like, yeah, mine is varying this and this and this. It's this level, does this. I don't know how comprehensive it's going to be, but then they were like, okay, so Ark pops the DPS companion to fill up for our missing DPS. Or maybe they are running late and you want to start the trial because you're in a timer and one of your DPSs was like, well, I'm going to be 30 minutes late. I got stuck in traffic. And you can just start the trial with a backup companion. That way, you don't have to kick someone from the group when your actual DPS comes either. Right. Because if you bring someone else, then either 30 minutes later, you have to kick them out to bring your actual friend in, or your actual friend misses the entire night of gaming. So,
right.
If they are actually, like, take up a slot as a character, for a player, then they will in no way make the game more easier, because I can see no way that these guys their AI will be better than a trained player anyway. So you would only be using them as a backup solution when your actual friends cannot make it.
The only thing, so I will come out and say it's a total assumption on my part that they're going to be taking up a slot, and that's just because of what I've seen in Final Fantasy. So it would make sense if ESO kind of followed suit. But the only way I could see it making any part of the game easier would be in the overland or questing aspect, which if somebody's making questing easier for themselves, then it's obviously a player who maybe is completely new to MMOs and are struggling, or they're leveling a tank or a healer and they need some help, to kind of level a little bit quicker. Or it could make world bosses and like those roaming encounters a little bit easier. But at the same time, you have that same argument that, those world events in older content, you don't have enough people there to do it anyway at times. Yeah. So it's one of those things that it's kind of a necessary evil, and if you want to call it that, because it'll make the newer stuff easier, but it's going to make the older stuff doable for people. So they can still go back and get those motifs and all of that stuff. So I'm actually really looking forward to this system. I think it's going to be a great thing brought to the game, and I'm hoping that the high tier players who weren't thrilled about this can at least just be like, okay, it's not something I'm going to use necessarily, but I can at least see the use from it, so to speak. Because I saw some division online about it, and even whenever I was posting about it on Twitter, I had a couple people saying, oh, that system is just going to make the game too easy, blah, blah, blah. And I told them all of this stuff. Other MMOs already have it, and it didn't make the game necessarily any easier. It was just great for the game and great for a certain type of player. So I'm looking forward to seeing it and seeing how it's going to work. I'm hoping that I'm right, that they will take up a slot, and that's just going to be a way to make this stuff doable. But I'm optimistic.
Yeah. Same. And a couple things I want to bring up from chat. Kiantos asks, do you think they will be only available via crowns? No, they mentioned that you will unlock them through story. Like you will do, well, not like the main story, but you will do something to basically unlock a companion. Much like in the previous Elder Scrolls games, you would do something for them, and then they would be like, I will follow you around, whatever. Or you would become the Thane of Whiterun, and they would assign you a... Actually, no, you would... Well, you get the idea. They would assign you a Thane. So, they might make their way into Crown Store at some point, but that will mostly be just like different skins. So, say you'll be like, I want a different looking character. Like, I want an orc, for example. So, you would pay to get an orc. Because I really think at some point, because this feels very monetizable, like they can really monetize this. So I really think at some point this will make it into the Crown Store, but it will just be different cosmetics and skins at that point. But the first two characters, the male Imperial and female Dunmer, you will be able to unlock via a quest or whatever in the Blackwood expansion. So you will still need to have the expansion, but they will be unlockable, basically. And Isha and Slap says I doubt they will be usable in groups. They will be. Because what they said is they will be available outside of PvP and solo arena for now, which is important. Which means they will be available in dungeons and they will be available in trials, at least in the first iteration. Right. Gina said they will be testing out more and see, how it works, whether if they are going to be making them available in dungeons and other content. But it seems like in the first iteration, they will be available in dungeons and... I always want to say Dungeons and Dragons, Dungeons and Trials.
So...
Yeah, I was going to say, how many AP have you farmed while we were having this discussion?
He's been so quiet.
He's been fixing walls.
370,000. I actually was just letting you talk because this is kind of funny. I can pretty much sum up my... you all had like a lot of elaborate points about the companions. Mine is, okay, whatever. I am the group that probably won't use these. I have no problem with them existing. Like, if you devote your life to just being a pain in the ass and not letting other people want to have fun, you're miserable. Get over yourself. If you don't like the system, that's fine. I saw a lot of people very negative about them. I hope they carry my garbage. Like that would be very useful. Like the joke of like, I hope they carry my burdens. I legitimately do. That would be awesome. The story thing is pretty cool. Like that's a nice addition. But for me personally, unless I can do something broken with them in trials or dungeons, like I'm not gonna probably get much use out of these. But I like the fact that a lot of people really wanted these in one way or another. I didn't even think of all the different uses they could have that you both had mentioned, which sound really useful. I was just thinking from the aspect of the single player games where for quite a while now, you've been able to have companions. That's just like a staple of the series. That's kind of like a lot of people will feel that fits perfect. Great. I add it in. If they can make it work, no harm, no foul. It's one of those things you don't need to bother with it unless it turns into some weird meta thing, which I cannot imagine. But unless there's more to it, I can't see myself beyond unlocking them, probably gearing it up, getting whatever achievements relate to it put on my account, and then whatever. But, I'm glad it's there for the overwhelming majority of people who really do want this. So that's pretty much all I had to say on it. So I was just like, wow, you're both so much more excited about it. All of the other stuff is so much more exciting than this to me. I'm just like, neat.
One of the arguments I saw or heard multiple times is that people, the people who don't want this, it's not that they don't want this. They think because of this, we are not getting a new class or a skill line. And I think this is a lot less, quote unquote, compared to what the other expansions provide. Which is wrong in essence, because this is a lot more. So just going from getting more or less for the same price, getting less for the same price. This is a much more complex and comprehensive system than just getting a skill line. Or maybe even getting a class. Getting a class involves a lot more balancing, so there's that. But complexity-wise, this gives you story, this gives you a companion, this gives you ability to customize, do much more content and everything like that. And not those, and some people, as you say, it's like, this is no use to me. Well, Sijik's skill line was no use to me. I still haven't unlocked it. I'm still going through every content in the game. I don't use my Necromancer. I just use my Warden for PvP, and that's because I can't be bothered to constantly respect my main character. So,
well, that's actually just it. It's interesting because the problem that I think a lot of people struggle with is you can't give something that literally everybody will like. And the thing that I like about their expansions is there's usually a swath of stuff that they give you. So, I mean, I guess there's a chance you find nothing you like out of an expansion. Sure. I mean, that seems odd, but I would, because usually they touch on everything a little bit, the least of which is clearly PvP, but most things get something. And when it comes to something like this, I did hear a sentiment like a lot of people were like, oh, I want a new class. Everybody can use a new class. There is objectively nothing I want less in ESO than more classes because I play one character. I don't care if there's literally one class because I never use them. So to me personally, that doesn't matter. But to a lot of people, most people, it seems like that once you get to endgame, I'm the minority in that department. Most people play all sorts of different characters in my Trials guilds. There's like me and one other person who plays one character. Like most people have like 10 or 18 or something like that. I'm like, oh my lord. But it's, If they give you too much in PvP, well, okay, now people are upset that they didn't get something. It's always a balance of trying to give a little something to everybody, and the only real one which I do wish they would give a little more love to, but I guess it's more performance than anything else, is it would be nice if something comes to PvP eventually. The last thing PvP got was the Hammer Edition with
Hammer and gates and like bridges being destructible and whatnot.
Mixed results there, but whatever, it's fine. But like, you can't. PvP is a constantly evolving thing because you never really fight the same battle, whereas a new dungeon, you can conquer it to the utmost. PvP, the content makes itself. So it's a little weird, and you've got, I don't know, you've got the big Cyrodiil map, you've got small battleground style maps. Maybe like I actually was talking to Gallisner from chat about it. It would have been nice to just get maybe like a battlegrounds map for people who like battlegrounds or something like that. That would have been like a nod, but like, okay, whatever. There's a decent amount of them or something like that. But it's tough to literally cover something for everybody entirely. But my only thing that I've been trying to tell people, find something that you like out of the expansion. Don't worry so much about what somebody else likes that you don't. Like, you don't need to feel like you're getting less because somebody else got something. Because it's hard to not in that case. Like, you're just always going to find a reason to not like something in that regard.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
And as you mentioned, like there is some very drastic changes coming to PvP as well as part of some performance testing that we are going to get in a bit. There's going to be some interesting stuff.
It's not new content, but it does seem like substantial adjustments.
Oof, yeah. I mean, everything is going to change in Cyrodiil basically, but we are going to get that in a bit. So
before we move on from the combat companions, something else that I saw talked about on Twitter, and that's something that I'm personally hoping for. I don't want to get my hopes up too high because I'm just not sure if they'll make it work. But being able to romance and marry these NPCs that we're getting, there is one male, one female. So the way they've structured that, it could just be either, let's just make sure everybody's represented, or it could just be like, we are going to make these romanceable characters, and that's why they have these unique dialogues and stuff with you. So, like, I know you can marry other players in the game, but some people just, like, aren't into that sort of thing, so having a romanceable, that would do a lot for the RP side of things. Yeah. And I know that would be something I would be a really big fan of, and I think would be a really cool addition.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people still have that Pledge of Mara in their bank, just sitting there, including me, and that the quote-unquote marriage in the game gives you 10% more experience and some other bonuses, I think, when you are in a group, when you are doing stuff together. I guess if they made that, like, the marriage a thing between companions, or rather yourself and your companion, and if that also applies the buffs from Pledge of Mara originally, the 10% more experience when doing stuff together and everything like that, I can see that being an interesting thing because, I mean, we will now have to farm a lot of champion points as well, and that 10% experience could mean a lot. So,
do you have to get, like, if you're already married to somebody and they don't play the game anymore, is there a way to get ESO divorced?
I don't know. I guess if you use a Pledge of Mara again, it would work. But what happens to the other person?
Yeah.
So like he's like one person is married with you. You marry someone else using another Pledge of Mara. Oh, actually, yeah, you destroy the ring because it gives you a ring, and while that ring is a cubed, is when you get the.
Okay,
stuff.
so you can't have like
that's some kind of weird situation where you take off your wedding ring and then go to the bar to pick up another.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So you also, it looks like you can't have like a Zerg ball.
Was it like that?
24
Was there an actual ring?
There's an actual ring.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will never. 10% experience is not worth losing my 5th bonus from a set. So.
Oh, sure it is.
Did they ever change
Just
that?
Think of it like a mythic item. It's a mythic ring of marriage.
Yeah, I'd rather use a mythic item then and go through my content faster Because I assure you, I will go through my content faster than 10% with a Malakoff Band of Brutality giving me 25% damage.
But I was thinking of it less from the buff side of things and more for the RP side of things.
Yeah, RP definitely. I mean, with RP, there is the issue of everyone will be married to the same looking thing, same looking person. So
put a helmet on, pretend it's somebody else.
I
don't know how RP works. Does that work?
I mean, I guess if you can change their adornments and like hair and everything like that, like you can to your character now in the game. Because they did say customizable, but we don't know how much customization there will be. Like, can we use outfit system on our companions?
I really hope so, because if I get to play dress up on other tunes that I don't have to make and level, that's going to make me so happy.
It's funny, that actually makes me more interested than putting anything on my own character, which I'd never change.
Let's just play dress up with other characters. It's great. There are so many times where I just want to dress up other people's characters. You can just dress up this NPC over and over and over again. Because I'm very much happy with the way my main looks, but I just want to dress up everybody else now. Because I love the outfit system, and I love making outfits, but I already have my main the way I want her. So that would be a really fun time to just sit there and repeatedly dress up.
I was going to say, you can just put the skeleton polymorph on them, and then you're a permanent necromancer.
That would be a cool idea, too. There's just so much that they could do with this system to make it just not necessarily meta breaking or anything like that, but just make it fun in a way that it's not as MMO like. It's just a fun time that you just sit there and dress up a character or marry an NPC or something. I know a lot of people have been asking to marry NPCs too, so it's one of those things. Again, I'm not getting my hopes up too high, but it would be a nice little addition. And just kind of waiting to see. I'm excited to see what they do with it. I just think it's a net good for the community to have this as an option.
I'd agree with that.
And Delta in chat just brought up how to destroy the marriage ring, the Ring of Mara.
I saw that.
The ring must be taken deep into Vardenfell and cast back into the Fury Chasm from whence it came. I love a good crossover.
Yep. I'll bring it right into Dagath as we learned from Elder Scrolls 1.
And suddenly, you are married to Dagath. Oops.
Oh, that was weird misdirection.
Oops.
Wait, would that make me the owner of the 6th house? Because, I could make this sacrifice to own my own 6th house. That could be pretty cool.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm on board with this.
Right, so we talked about the Q4 Deadlands, the actual expansion, the Blackwood, where we are gonna go. But what about the first expansion of the whole season? The DLC, the DLC, Dungeon DLC that starts everything as usual. That is gonna be called the Flames of Ambition with 2 new dungeons, which is already in PTS, so you can test it in the PTS at the moment. And it comes with, and this is update 29, and it comes with the 2 dungeons that will start off the Gates of Oblivion year, and a lot of gameplay changes. And I mean a full-on core change. So the dungeons are the Cauldron and the Black Drake Villa. We are not gonna get into the details of them. They did show them around in the dungeon, in the reveal event. But, we like to explore them firsthand ourselves, so we're not going to get into their details. The Cauldron is in Western Deshan, and the Black Drake Villa is in Gold Coast. But that's not the main part about the Update 29, aka Flames of Ambition. After the main global reveal event ended, Gina and Jess did a post-show. And in that post-show, they brought on Brian Wheeler, the PvE, PvP, and combat lead. And he revealed that the entire champion point system that we know, as they call it, Champion Points 1.0, is getting changed. We are getting a full revamp of the entire system. Now, how's this gonna work? First of all, we are not gonna get 9 constellations. We are getting rid of 9 constellations per color. Instead, we only have 3 constellations: the craft, the warfare, and the fitness. We are also increasing the number of stars, aka perks, that we get in the champion points. There is now so many of them. I don't actually know the exact number. There's like, I think, over 100 perks in a single...
something like that.
It's I don't know. It's very, very... There's a lot. Now, how does 3 constellations work? So there's, as we said, there's warfare, there's fitness, and there's craft. Warfare, as you know, as you would guess, involves everything that you use in the dungeon. Maximum stamina regeneration, your damage dealt, your healing done, and all the things that would be involved in warfare. Fitness is where your dodge rolls, block cost reductions, resource returns, damage shields, and everything like that comes from. Now, craft is a bit interesting. Craft constellation will have a lot of utility perks. That's where your perks like Plentiful Harvest is. That's where your perk... There is a perk that like reduces your damage, fall damage. There is a perk that gives you a 10% chance to get double furnishing plants whenever you loot a furnishing plant. There is a perk that allows you to get... Well, increases your chance to get Druvax when refining woodworking. Well, not Druvax, but rosin when you are refining woodworking materials. There is a...
Is the fishing one in that category?
Yes, fishing one. There's a perk that increases your chance to get a higher grade fish when you are fishing.
And you can pull fish faster from holes.
So that constellation has a lot of utility perks that you would use outside of combat. There's also some combat stuff as well, like your sprint stamina, your mount stamina, and everything like that. They're also changing the way the points work. So there is now 3 different versions to perks. There are perks that you get a flat value per point. So it's no longer points with diminishing returns, aka you get 5% for your first point, 4%, 3%, 2.9%, 2.8%, and then it's like it drops down to 0.15% per point, which is a very weird number. It's all these, they're getting rid of all these odd numbers. Instead, everything has a flat value now. So some of the perks, you give 1 point, you get 250 magicka. You give 2 points, you get 500 magicka. So 250 magicka per point. They work like that. There's also the staged perks, which give you a bonus every stage. For example, there could be a perk that has 5 stages, and every stage unlocks every 15 points that you give to it. And every stage gives you 3% more damage reduction, for example. So when you give it 75 points, you get 15% damage reduction. When you give it 60 points, you get... I lost my math. 12% damage reduction. But it works in stages. So if you give it 59 points, you only get 3 stages of bonuses, not the 4th stage. So it unlocks...
you have them bumped over to the next checkpoint, pretty much.
So it's a group of points, basically. So like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and the points in between those does not matter. Now, there is also Slottable Perks that we have to come to. Slottable Perks. You now have 4 slots per constellation, 12 total. So 4 slots for green, 4 slots for blue, 4 slots for red. Some of the perks are only active when you slot them, much like your skills. So while some of the perks are always active, they are passive perks. some of them you will have to slot into these slots to get your bonus. What this means is that regarding on the activity that you are doing, say I am going into PvP, I will remove my crafting perks, say my extra chance to get, furnishing plans, my extra chance to get better fish. I will unslot those buffs, perks. Instead, I will slot your mount stamina is infinite. Like your sprinting with a mount doesn't cost stamina, or sprinting costs less stamina, things like that. Or say I am questing, I will slot my damage-related perks, but when I'm tanking, I'll slot my healing done, healing receipt, those kind of perks. So it's now slottable. Now the reason for this is, first of all, they want these perks to be a lot more focused. So you won't get everything all the same all the time. Instead of having like a healing done perk, there is now AoE healing done and single target healing. So everything is a lot more focused now. And the one of the main reasons they are doing this is performance. So at the moment, you have a system that checks everything in the game in everything that you do. You drink a potion, your champion point system goes, do I give the damage shield buff to this? Because you have a perk that increases your damage shields. You dodge roll, your champion point system goes, is this a dodge roll? Is this the damage shield? Do I have to apply this and this and this? So the entire system checks everything and every activity for millions of players. And apparently, and obviously, if they really did it that way, it's no wonder that we are having all these performance issues with the servers. So now they are reducing the number of active perks that will be checked at all times. That way, reduce the number of calls that they will have to make to the server to check everything and make sure everything is working. So that's one thing. They also talked about vertical and horizontal growth. Does anyone remember the reasoning there with the power creep, the character improvement?
What do you mean exactly? Like, what do I remember? Like, do I remember, like, what about it? Because, I mean, the goal, obviously, is we're going to still get vertical power, but the idea is that instead of having it be a situation where you give up a lot of, or at least this is my understanding of it from what I've seen, right now, I mean, from trial to trial, you're spending 3,000 to reorganize all your skills to min-max them to the best of your situation. To a degree, you'll still be able to obviously do that. You're not just going to be trapped into it. But with the trees being separated like they are, and it being just like, okay, do you have this node unlocked or not? You won't need to be constantly shuffling everything around every time you want to run something. It'll be those, as you said, the like stars up the top. Well, you can bump those in as need be, which will be much simpler than I need 46 in tumbling. I need 81 in, ironclad. I need that. And it's just every single time.
Yeah, but all you have to readjust numbers as well.
Exactly, because if you get on the 0.5%, not full percentages, it rounds down. So the goal here is to just have the flat buffs you want, and a lot of the things that are passive will be able to remain, and you can equip the useful things for what you're doing and then take them back out if you don't need them for whatever scenario. So you'll definitely still get that for your vertical progression of getting stronger as you unlock more options and more strengths. But at the same time, your horizontal progression, so to speak, of like, okay, I don't care how fast somebody can fish in Vetkind's Aegis.
Are you sure?
I don't think so, unless there's some secret that I don't know about. So, like, the benefit there is that it's spread better from my understanding, and also the numbers, which we haven't really gotten too much into, are drastically larger.
Yeah, I'm going to drop that bomb at the last.
Yeah, it's like it's a very different pool of points we're working with than it was before, if that helps and was related to what you were talking about.
So, what Lotus mentioned is that, as you know, for the last several expansions and DLCs, our CP has been kept to 810. The new champion point cap is 3,600, aka 3,600 points. Now, they are going to be changing the experience curve to allocate for this, so we are going to be getting more experience, we are going to be getting champion points faster, but it is still going to be a grind. And what they initially mentioned, apparently, is that it will not work retroactively. So, say I have 1,000 experience, 1,000 champion points right now, which, say, equals to 1,000,000 experience. Now, in the system, 1,000,000 experience could be equal to 1,500 champion points. But when this goes live, I will still have 1,000 champion points. So it's not going to be retroactive. So I will still have to grind a lot more to reach all the way up to 3,600. Now, theory crafters are already calculating the min-max of this, aka how many points you would need to min-max a certain character. I don't know the exact numbers yet, but people are coming up with it already. Like, what would you need to maximize a Magicka Sorcerer DPS? Is it like 1,586 points or whatever? They're already coming up with that. Obviously, these are going to change around a lot until it is fully released. As I said, it's currently on PTS, so if you want to test it out yourself, definitely go ahead and do that. Another thing this system allows is being able to expand this, right? Because they already have sub-constellations in Warfare, and they can add more sub-constellations, basically, under the same constellation with different buffs. It goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And they can just keep increasing the cap as well. So there's going to be a whole new champion point system that is a little bit complex to understand at the first, until you open the screen yourself and play around with some of the buffs yourselves. Then it all makes sense, but learning all these perks and how they unlock each other, the paths, and how some of them work, which ones you need to slot and everything like that, that's going to be a while for everyone. I think, though, in the long run, this is a good change, because they kind of hit a barrier with the old champion point system. It was stagnant, it wasn't changing, it was very limiting. So hopefully this will allow them to expand on the gameplay that we are seeing at the moment. And definitely go watch a detailed explanation video on this, because it's a bit of a complex system.
It is. Just as a suggestion, the one that I enjoyed doing my, video watching of it to try to understand it more, and they're still, again, this is on the PTS, so this is still subject to change as people figure it out. But one of the people that I actually enjoy a lot of his content and, what he makes and how he explains things, I suggest, if you haven't already seen it or know who J-Dub is, I liked his explanation of it. It's not overly long. It's like 10 or 15 minutes, I believe.
27.
Okay, well, I lose track of time when I apparently just glaze over with the... All right, 27. So I take it all back. It's 27 minutes long.
It's actually short for this system, though. It's still short, relatively
I did
speaking.
enjoy... Nephis does a good job as well. But I believe his was like over an hour, as he kind of like determined it live on like live stream. But yeah, I personally liked J-Dub's description of it. It was as concise as you kind of can be, while also getting into the nitty gritty of it. And again, the chance that things are going to stay exactly like this, probably not. But they'll probably be similar based on track record of how much changes from PTS to normal. it's not anything outrageous usually. It's just like a little change here or there.
So whenever I was trying to I had a general idea based off what they showed on stream, but I did manage to pop in. I haven't gone into the PTS just yet for this change. I just haven't had the time to. I did pop in on Madigan's stream though, and he was like actively looking at the branches as I had popped in. And so I got a very tailored overview of the system where he goes, look, Pixie, if you look at the staff, here's your healer stuff. And then he showed me some of the, like the boost to AoE heals, the boost to single target heals. And that seems like it'd be really fun because like Castlethorn, not really using AoE heals at all. So being able to ramp up my single target heals, that would have been really useful. And because I could have completely ignored AoE heals, I took a lot of them off of my bar because nobody's standing still that entire fight.
Yeah.
So it's kind of useless. Yeah. The only AoE heal I used was my Necro Burst, and I wasn't even really casting it on corpses that often because they wouldn't stand in it anyway. So it's like, what's the use? And then he would switch over to the crafting section and be like, look, you can get multiple furnishing plans now. And I was like, oh my God, this is great. So I got a very tailored introduction to the system, which I really appreciated because I don't know if I can sit there and actually understand what's told to me after 27 minutes. But I will say, based off of all of the nodes that I briefly saw as Madigan was telling me the ones that concerned me, I could see how it would be really hard to keep it even to just 27 minutes. I just had somebody hold my hand through it and say, these are the ones you need. Just because my eyes would glaze over if they started talking DPS ones, because that's like, I care about healers and sometimes tanking, so.
I mean, as you said, the fact that everything is a lot more focused now is going to mean a lot more customizations, which is what champion points were meant to be in the beginning. They were meant to. Right. So when they first announced champion points all the way back in like 2015, the concept was, oh, you know, this system will allow you to come up with all sorts of builds. And 6 months in, we had charts of meta builds for each, like Stam Necromancer, Magicka Sorc, Stam Blade, Mag Blade, and these had like 83 points in this, 71 points in this, 3 points in this, 53 points in this.
Right.
Everything was already pinpointed and mapped out. And there was no customization in terms of meta builds, at least. It was like, this is the meta build, that's it. With every patch, they would just update it, you know, but there weren't all that much customizations to it. Now with this,
and as soon as you get into a trial, your group lead will be like, make sure you check your red CP or whatever. So it's like, it's not even an in-game with the current system. You don't really have much of an option to kind of vary from it because then your group's just going to smack you back down and be like, no, do what you're told, please.
Right. It's like, you're getting us all killed. Please stop making us not have fun. Like,
exactly.
This is one scenario where you doing you is actually preventing us from having fun because we're not clearing anything.
Exactly.
Itazar in chat mentions there Stam Necro in 2015. Obviously, there weren't Stam Necros in 2015, but you get the point.
Incorrect. Secretly there all along.
But yeah, so with this system, I can see more specific meta builds as well. And this definitely works for me because I hate meta builds. I love going off meta and I love creating weird non-meta builds that still works. That's my thing that I love doing in Elder Scrolls Online in terms of theory crafting. So this much focused perks definitely will allow me to go heavier on those fine, weird things that I like doing with my builds. But it will also create an opportunity for various meta builds. Like, it's not going to be just drop your points into physical damage if you're, you know, a certain kind of build. Like, if you're a stamina build, you have like physical poison, disease damage perk. You just click on it. Okay. Now you have disease separate, poison separate. That skills, everything is separate. So it's going to be a lot more tailored. Like, are you a Stam Blade that use dual wield or greatsword or bow or disease or poison damage, or maybe Oblivion, you focus on Oblivion damage. It's all a lot more tailored to the character. So that's gonna be hopefully a lot more fun. Now, I also heard some concerns about this giving more opportunity to gatekeeping, though, in trial guilds and everything. I've never been in such situations myself, so I don't exactly know how could this relate to that. But having all the way up to 3,600 points with this specific perks, Lotus, I think you would have a better comment on that.
The issue with that, which I can see that being sort of a situation, because as is, it is very uncommon to see anybody not max CP in endgame trials, because there is a degree of vertical progression, and you're going to want every little bit, especially for prog teams and stuff like that. They tend to want to just like min-max so you can get it done, and then once you've got it on a farm mode, you can mess around with all sorts of different things. But until you can clear something, a lot of people would like to... There's two approaches. They want to be the most efficient, or they want to try to bypass learning things by just burning through it. Mm-hmm. Those are pretty much the two approaches. 810 is for an end game thing, is it's been standard for a long time. It's really not too peculiar or whatever. And the window, although big, because when you have a new player and they just reach champion point, getting to 810 is going to take you a while. 3,600 CP is a very large margin. So the problem with possible more gatekeeping is, what is going to become the new standard for what is considered acceptable? Mm-hmm. Because I don't believe, based on the last update I saw from Benevolent Bodhi, when he had mentioned, I don't believe anybody in the world has hit CP 3,600.
I think I read there's one.
Is there one now? Okay.
I want to say
I knew there was somebody in the 3,000s, but I didn't know if they had hit it. Now, granted, this has never mattered because you never spent the points, so they were irrelevant past 810. Mm-hmm. Well, now they're not irrelevant past 810. So what is going to be the new measure that people are going to demand? Now, the problem is, when it's so massive, you're going to run into situations where people are going to demand more than you need, which happens quite frequently now in a lot of things, just on the sole fact of you don't need 50k damage to beat a Craglorn trial. And if you see people in zone chat being like, that Hell Raw Citadel run, minimum 50k, you absolutely don't need 50k DPS to beat that trial. Like, that's ridiculous. That's fine if you have it. You can have way more than it. But that's nonsense. You don't need anything even remotely close to that. So it's going to be another checkpoint marker, so to speak, for what people theoretically could demand that is really not necessary, and it might just make things harder for people. I'm going to guess that the requirement probably won't get too... For a while, it's not going to matter, because most people are not going to be at these numbers. But in 5 more years where people are getting close to this or whatever, then it might be a problem, but I mean, that's so far off. Who knows what's going on at that point, all this stuff. But that's, I assume, what the potential issue might be, because as is, it's a minimal issue now that's going to be expanded, and you can't just power level. I mean, you can only run things so fast to get XP. Well, getting XP to get to 810 is tough enough, and they're going to obviously change for scaling. 3,600 is just another realm of existence, as at best one person apparently has it in all of Elder Scrolls Online.
Right.
I play this game a lot. I don't farm CP. I don't personally care, because I was like a I'm not using this, so why do I care about farming it? So when we have double XP events, I don't even remember to put the stuff on. It doesn't matter or anything like that. But I have this will be horrifying, but on my I also don't run alts, but in about 200 days of gameplay total, so you can do the math for numbers on that one, on my character, I am CP 1398. That is not even close to cap after 5 going on 6 years or whatever, and gameplay time of that much.
Yeah.
Like, there's plenty of people with more of both gameplay time and CP, but it's like you're going to have the discrepancy between player levels really, really stretch. So I don't think it's going to be a big issue, but I could see it being a bit of a problem for some groups. Like, if people are prone to trying to gatekeep, this is just another way for them to do it. I don't think it'll be en masse a problem necessarily, but time will tell.
All right.
I do think because so few people are near cap that people will probably try to gatekeep, but those are going to be the top tier prog groups, and anybody else who tries to gatekeep isn't going to have a full trials group.
That's another thing. You need players to actually fill the roster.
Right. They're going to gatekeep themselves right out of content, so way to go. Congratulations.
With companions.
Yeah, perfect.
There we go. Found a use for him again.
Yep. There you go. You can add those together. I take it back. I'm just shy of 2,800 CP with my companion because I demand they be the same CP as me.
So apparently there is one person that has 3,600 CP.
Okay.
Sayako apparently on PCU. And there is total 5 people over 3K.
Oh, okay. Oh, over 3K. I was like, holy shit. Okay.
So that's going to be actually even a more elite group than your 40K achievement group or club.
Oh, now you have a new goal, Lotus.
That is.
You have been outdone, sir.
Yeah, all I can think of what that would require, the amount of Skyreach runs that I would just be like, nope. just nope.
Look, no, you will drink the Sijic Ambrosia potion, the better version of it, the 150% experience scroll.
Yep.
And then double experience event, and marry someone, and run a companion.
Marry your companion.
Yep. Marry my companion, who also will have the ring, so that's 20% XP.
Yeah.
Polygamous Lotus.
Yep, exactly. You just marry them all, it's fine. Yeah, that is an insane amount of XP. So I know it's being scaled to a more reasonable level with the new system. All I can wonder is, what is the current amount of XP that person has earned?
See, the problem is that's not going to be retroactively scaled.
It's not. Yes,
that's my problem with
forward.
it. Like, I have 1,000 CP, which could equal to 2,000 CP in the new system, but I will still have to farm.
Yes, yeah. A lot of people are kind of bothered about that. I'm not. I
hate grinding, man. You know me. It took me 5 years to get the maximum CP because I love jumping around doing nothing. Right.
But my thing is, I like having something to work toward, and I'm already over what seems like if you're at basically cap, it seems like you're most likely going to be fine for where you are now with things. So, like, I don't know. I like the idea of not just being, like, having something to slowly work toward again, because it has been a long, long time since I've paid any attention to what XP is worth, except how much, like, bonus can I get on myself during an event, and can I, like, if I hadn't played in a while or something like that, and I have a whole bunch of Enlightenment. I was going to say, I couldn't think of the word. Whole bunch of enlightenment. How many master writs do I need to do to completely nuke my enlightenment so it says 4.8 million? Like, that's really been the only time that I've ever done anything that I've cared about experience in so long.
Well, on
It's
the
just
bright side,
been
I
so
have never
irrelevant.
been doing my master writs, so I have some master writs at least. I could do
See, yeah, there you go.
I probably have
And
over
this-
200 experience scrolls. Just
Yeah. See, this is all
As with
a
everyone.
master plan to get rid of the experience scrolls and make you do your writs.
oh man, if someone imagine being someone who destroyed all their experience scrolls.
Wow.
the-
Yep, that'd be
That-
a...
yeah.
Because I have over 100 right now.
Yeah, because I can see people destroying them because there's no
So I
use to them.
don't... I get...
Well, there was no
I don't-
use to them.
I don't destroy them. I just turn them on all the time because they take up my inventory and I hate it. So I like...
And some of them
that
are
I'll
character
do.
bound too. Some of them you can even put into your bank.
Yeah, I was
some
going to say
reason.
when you do the like when you're leveling for the first time on like an
Yeah.
alt or something like that. Yeah. But eesh.
Ah.
Yeah, it's the ceiling has been very raised.
I was gonna say another thing about this, but I forgot in the middle. I guess it wasn't that important. Yeah. Yeah.
I am
well,
really glad they're adding more to the non-combat side of things, because like as
Oh, yeah.
it stands, it's only like the extra unlockable ones that sometimes have use like outside of combat, like the extra treasure and treasure chests, or you have to have like 20 things slotted in one of the constellations. But I'm glad it's its own separate thing, because there are times where it's like, wow, I would really like that the mount doesn't use stamina or moves faster or whatever that one, the war mount speed,
Yeah.
the war mount one is. But now stuff like that's going to be in a completely separate tree. So I'm not having to say, I need to fill out this tree for this trial I'm running on Sunday, but I really want this buff because I want more gold, or I want my mount to be faster or whatever. I really love that they did separate those. And the fact that you can like slot different active ones, like if I'm not fishing, I don't need the fish buff, but I always want the furnishing plan buff. That's one that's staying there because I want all the plants. So it's just a really cool idea to me that you get to kind of slot and unslot them. And I just think about how as a support character, I can be super useful whenever I can just swap out a skill at will and change my whole kind of play style on the fly. And I see that working the same way. And that's super exciting to me. So like I said, I already have a use case for the whole single target versus AoE heal swap. You know, Castle Thorn is one. There's a few others that are like that too, where you're just running around like a chicken with your head cut off the whole time. And I'm just overall really excited about it. I did just now hit 810 on PC. I think I'm at like 848 or something. So I mean, it kind of sucks that I'm going to be towards the bottom because of all the people who started out playing on PC, and also the fact that like I make alts and I don't power level really to much extent. So I'm going to be on the lower rungs there as far as numbers, but the whole system in general is super exciting to me, and I do really like the way they've set it up. Also, the artwork is gorgeous.
The
very
artwork is problematic in the sense that you can't see anything. At least I can't see anything, and I posted on forums, and a lot of people are suffering from the same. The artwork in the back is super bright. The lines that are connecting the stars are very
okay.
dim. The only difference between different type of perks, aka active, passive, staged ones, whatever, are only color differences, no shape or brightness. Everything gets blended in with the background. I can't read anything. I can't see anything. It's just a whole mess. It looks pretty. It's absolutely terrible from a UX point, user experience point. It's a disaster. I don't know how they let this go to PTS like this, but a lot of people on the forums gave the exact same feedback, and hopefully that's going to change. This has to be minimalistic. Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't touched it, so I just saw like it a couple of times. It's like, oh, that's pretty, and that was
the pretty is the only thing about this UI at the moment. Otherwise, it's a disaster. Can't see anything. Can't find where my perks are. Can't see which perk connects to where.
Oh,
It's an absolute mess.
Huh.
And they keep
Just
doing
zoomed
this
out
in Elder
here.
Scrolls Online, and it's starting to really wear me off. Stop with the semi-transparent enemies that I can't see. Stop with the semi-transparent perks that I can't see. Overall, stop with the semi-transparent things and think a bit more about accessibility in this game. Come on, Zas.
This is very interesting.
I'm not even colorblind,
hear.
by the way. I can't imagine how this is for colorblind people.
Well, that's what's actually
it would be impossible to understand anything in this as a colorblind people, I think.
This is very interesting because I recently, for anybody who does endgame trials, knows a lot of times you're required to provide VODs or VODs of your runs, so people can analyze what you did. I guess maybe you don't have to do this on PC with like add-ons and everything like that. But what we do is we clip our runs, whether it's a failure or a clear, and then you upload them, and you post them in the channel's Discord so people can analyze what you did. Lego mentions you have logs, which is logs are good, but you need to actually. So I don't know. That's good for telling you uptimes and stuff like that. But like, we analyze where people are standing during fights and positioning of like, okay, yes, you did this, this, and this, but why did you then redirect here? Blah blah blah. And you know, the more picky people are, the more you get into it. The only reason I'm referencing this is because I recently had one of mine, and it became apparent that I guess I just don't see things the way other people do. As it was a pretty universal and horrified sentiment of, what is wrong with your screen? How do you play like this? And I was like, what? And they're like, how do you see any of your markers? I was like, I have no idea. They're like, they're transparent. They're barely even visible. How do you know if you're in AoEs? What is happening? I was like, oh, I can see everything fine. They're like, really? I was like, okay, let me rephrase. I only put these on period because I want you people to see them. I play nothing. I don't put anything on my screen at all. It's all just like whatever. So I have these really, really shallow red like damage markers or shallow green like heal markers, which is apparently horrific to look at if you're trying to figure out where anything is, unless you're me, where I'm like, oh, that totally makes sense to me. But
yeah, my AoE colors are like solid, opaque, bright pink. That's the only way I see them. I tried going immersive with the transparent red. I was like, am I burning?
No, it's so funny because that's how I do things. And I've noticed another one, if you ever watch Zynode's videos, it looks like a laser light show. I'm like, what is happening on his screen? There's so much crap everywhere. So like it's just funny that apparently I always joke that I feel like a lot of Bethesda products and their subsidiaries are designed around what I like, so it makes me look like a fanboy. Apparently, their UI design team really agrees with me too, because I'm like, these are great. It's just a couple dots and it's super minimalistic and it fades into the background, but apparently that's awful to see.
No, but see, it's not minimalistic. It fades in with the, like, a minimalistic design would be creating contrast between the foreground and background.
To me, it literally looks like the Aurora Borealis from Skyrim.
Yeah,
like it's just there's
that was a terrible design too, by the way.
That's what I mean. Loved it. Like love that design. Like nice and wavy and like misty.
A simple solution to this: you click a button, like you switch a setting, and it gets rid of the image in the background. I don't want the
just
mage.
Click it. Right.
I just need to see it once.
Just math it up for me. No, I totally get that. I do.
Like, okay, this is a nice artwork. How very cool. I don't need to see this 7 million times throughout my several years of gameplay.
That's
You're
totally
killing
fair.
the artist here. They're listening right now and just, you're crushing their souls.
Look, I have to see things to be able to play this game. I don't
know, man.
I know how much hard work it goes, but
I went into Cyrodiil blindfolded and still had a great time. You don't have to see things to have fun in this game.
Like Moongrave Fane. I talked about this before. The only reason Moongrave Fane made me suffer that much because I know ghosts have spawned. Like the boss does the Fusroda, which summons 3 ghosts. 3 ghosts that are transparent and blend in with every color in the background. And I see my DPS running away from something because they're getting hit by a ghost. I'm trying to target it, but I'm like, where is the ghost? How do I target? I can't target something I don't see. It's just blended in with the colors and everything in the background. I'm like,
even the giant bat is like somewhat transparent, isn't it?
Oh yeah, so many times I saw it just as it was next to me. I was like, just about to. I looked and I was like, oh shit, it's right next to me. You know.
Yeah, so all right, so your kryptonite is apparently so you can't do transparencies and those homunculuses. Man, if you get a homunculus DLC where it's just all those red ghosty dudes, it's just all over.
I will yell at the art team. I will find their Twitter. I will record myself just like screaming and send it to them. Come on.
No context, just screaming.
Yeah, just like, ah!
Who is this guy? Why is he so mad? Is it at us?
So honestly, Arcade's monochromatic, transparent UIs.
Yes.
No, there is a way to do good UI and colorful UI. You just don't make things blend in with each other. Create contrasts.
It's so fun.
Like it's just hilarious how all 3 of our opinions can be completely different.
I know, it's what I always joke about, how it's just like, I always need to remind myself that no matter how obvious I see something, like, I'm just like, yeah, why would anyone use, it's most common when I'm like, why would anybody take this perk? And then somebody's like, wait, you don't take that? It's like, how? I could not rack my brain to find a way to make this work, and that's the only way it makes sense to you. It's like, it's so weird, just like the differences in things. So,
Oh yeah, for example,
though,
as like Robin in chat just mentioned, green dragon blood.
Mm-hmm.
Not seeing my own character is not fun. I'm like, when I have green dragon blood active, I lose my character in the chaos. I only know where I am because I am in the center of the screen. Like, I'm supposed to be in the center of the screen, but amidst the colors and everything, it's gone. It's not there anymore.
Oh, that's so weird. I guess I'd never thought of that either.
Yeah, I use green dragon blood, and if there are like AoEs and whatnot on the ground, and it's a very colorful scene, I don't know where I am. I just know that I am in the center area of the screen. And that's it.
Well,
right
okay.
I'll play based off of that.
As opposed to continuing with this very interesting thing that I am like fascinated by, just the way we see things differently. So I know you just mentioned like joking, like, oh, yeah, I'm just gone. Do you guys actually have, because sometimes I don't know if things are console specific errors or not. There's a very rare, well, it's pretty rare. It's a pretty uncommon bug where if you get knocked back at the same time you're like hit by a skill, you can disappear. Like your character model is straight up gone.
No,
like,
I never saw that.
It looks like you're playing in first person, except there's nothing there. Like you're super zoomed out and you're just gone. It's really funny because it can happen. The times that stuff will happen is usually in like, oh shit moments of a trial, which is horrific because then you're like, I don't know where I am. Was I knocked back or whatever? And it was funny. We were actually in one of our Cloud Rest runs. One of our healers went invisible. So she had to gauge based on the angle of the camera where her character was so she could direct her heal.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, wow, that is some extreme end game right there. But
that's bad.
That's not a thing on PC that I'm aware of. Okay. I've never had that happen.
I never really saw it happen.
It's really uncommon. I think I've maybe had it happen to me like 2 or 3 times total. But yeah, it's just a pretty jarring error if you don't know it's coming, because when you're in, if you're in chaos and it's like, where's my character, where am I, like what's happening?
Yeah, that's me all the time. Where's my character, where's the boss, where's the thing I'm supposed to taunt? Not in all dungeons, but definitely in some dungeons. Like,
yeah, the chaos ones.
for example, the reason I'm very not used to dodge rolling and I always choose to take the hit right to my face with like high health builds and a lot of damage shields is because I never see the heavy attack coming. You know those tiny little sparkles that the boss does whenever they are doing a special heavy attack? What sparkles?
Oh yeah, you've mentioned that. You've mentioned you like
I've been mentioning
notice
it since freaking Bloodroot Forge. But they didn't do anything about it. Now they also some of the bosses have a audio cue as well, which I'm really happy about. Okay. But most of them just do sparkles, and I'm like, yeah, I don't see it. So I just hope for the best and perma block, which is why most of my builds are like super heavy on health. So I don't block at all. I just stack up damage shields, and I'm like 80k walking, punching back, and I just heavy attack, get hit, heavy attack, get hit, heavy attack, get hit. That's it. I mean,
that's really funny.
Yeah, it's a different play style. And now I'm using Code's combat alerts, which helps because it puts like a "you're about to get hit" scroll on the screen.
Move!
So now I can dodge roll.
All right, I should move.
Yeah, now I can dodge roll because I can actually see that I'm about to get hit. But otherwise, it's again, not every boss, but those sparkles I never see. And if the animation doesn't play properly because of the lag or ping or whatever, I'm toast.
Yeah, no, that's my gripe with Battlegrounds is that with people animation canceling and doing all sorts of crazy crap.
Oh no, it's not even animation. I'm talking about bosses.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
I have clips of it. I have recordings of it that the boss just stands still. It plays sparkles on top of it.
Yeah,
but if you don't see the sparkles, and then suddenly it like skips the animation, just punches you in the face, and you're just 70k damage. I'm like,
I know what you mean. I'm just saying it's one of the things. I don't have it against AI. I have a huge issue with the animation thing, like in Battlegrounds, where I'm like, oh man, he hit me with a Dawnbreaker. How'd he kill me? And it's like Subterranean Assault, Dawnbreaker, Lashing Strike. I was like, where were the rest of those animations? It looked like he punched me once. It's like, what is happening?
My main problem is my character not playing the animation. Like, I get crowd controlled sometimes, but my character stands still. So it doesn't do the like dropped on knee stunned animation or anything. So I don't realize that I'm crowd controlled. So I don't break free.
Yeah,
and like it takes 2-3 seconds of getting hit in the face while crowd control until I realize that I am crowd control. Like, oh god, I need to break free. So yeah, please us think about your UI and environment design, or rather think about some of us who have difficulty seeing things when designing all those things.
I'm picturing is the Deadlands, just like a wall
Deadlands
of
is
those
gonna
homunculus ghosts coming right at you in the Deadlands. It's like, this is for you,
just gonna be red.
And you won't know it's coming because you won't see it.
Everything is gonna be on fire. Everything is gonna be semi-transparent.
So that was something back whenever I first started playing this game on Xbox. I was going through a period where I always have chronic migraines, but they were really, really, really bad back then, especially late at night whenever I was playing and exhausted. But I was playing anyway. There would be times where, because I had such a bad migraine, everything just looked blue in Cold Harbor. I could not distinguish really what was going on because the entire screen looked blue. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to run around in a circle and talk in party chat for an hour because I don't want to go to bed yet, but everything's blue, so I'm not helpful.
Imagine Layer of Marcelok then.
Oh, that would have sucked. Like now now I haven't had that problem. But for a while there, it just seemed like everything was very blue and I couldn't really see. It might have just even been one night that just really sticks out in my head. But I remember telling my group, everything is blue, I can't help you.
Right, so yeah, that's CP changes plus a random discussion on Elder Scrolls Online visual accessibility, I guess. And we are not done with the news. We are 2.5 hours in the show. We are not done with the news.
This is one of those long 2-hour shows where it's still 2 hours, but it's a little on the long side.
Are we going to, because we still have news, are we going to skip Tales or do a 2-parter? How's this
I
have
have no idea.
Look, as I said, I am awake. I will not sleep for the next 14 hours because we have a D&D game as well. So I can record for like 10 more hours. It's up to you guys.
It's a week-long episode of Tales.
I just have to take my son to see alligators in the morning.
I don't know.
To you. Look,
I guess
we can
just
skip
keep
Tales.
going
We
until
can do
we
Tales.
see. Yeah, because I was gonna. We'll see how long by the time we actually cover all of the content that they release.
There isn't much long discussion news.
That's true. The CP
Okay.
thing was probably the biggest,
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
companions.
So, this is a good change for all the console folks. So on PC, we have add-ons that show us everything in the game. Every stat, basically everything that is available in the background of the game as a stat, as a value, as a number, we can see them with add-ons, but consoles can't. And they are now adding the advanced stats window to the base game, so you can see all your mitigations, individual resistance values, your ability costs, ability reduction, everything. Well, not.
Yay.
I guess there are some things that are missing, but like you see a whole bunch of values in the base game as well.
Most
So,
everything, yeah.
Yeah,
More details.
exactly. So, actually, let's go through more small changes. So they will be from now on releasing the event schedule ahead of time.
Fantastic.
Not
I
exact
missed that
dates,
little
but
detail.
months, basically. Like April, this event, I don't know, the other months. I don't know, I could just think of April for some reason.
That's it. April, and then next year,
Yeah.
the next April, the following April.
So, yeah. That's one thing. Finally, we are getting rid of Indrix. No more Indrix. God
they're
bless. Shore's beard. Talos' blessings. I don't know. No more Indrix. Finally. We are getting something else. So, instead of Indrix, we got a flying orb.
A magic rock.
A magic rock. We got a magic Deadlands rock. It's a pet that follows you around. It's sort of like an obsidian or granite, whatever, flaming rock, sort of like an Oblivion rock that follows you around. But every event, instead of different colors of an Indrik, we'll be able to morph this flying pet, into different things. So in Q1, we can morph it into those skins that we see in the event in Berseria, the glowing red Daedric skin. In Q2, it's going to be a personality. In Q3, it's going to be a mount. And in Q4, it's going to be a house. So instead of getting 17 different versions of the same mount, we are going to get a skin, pet, personality, mount, and a house. Which I'm really happy about, because God,
Much better variety for everybody this
imagine being the artist that has to recreate the same Indrik with different colors for 2 years straight.
That'd be rough.
I am glad I wasn't that artist, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody, because just same model, you just retexture it. Every few months, they're like, yeah, we need a recolor of this. And like, I don't know. I would feel sad.
Yep.
So
no more Indrix, no more
Yeah.
single mounts, period. Now, what people wanted was variety. Well, this seems pretty good variety.
yeah, and ends on a house, which I kind of assume
that's
it's going to be in
intense.
Deadlands, because Q4 DLC is going to be Deadlands.
That would make sense.
And the orb is a floating Daedric orb thingy, like Deadlands orb. So
Yeah.
it does make sense that.
So orb becomes house in
yeah.
Deadlands. Makes sense.
Right. We mentioned a very drastic change to Cyrodiil. And I mean drastic. I mean nothing in Cyrodiil will work the way it used to. So to test the performance impact of proc sets in Cyrodiil PvP, they are going to be disabling all proc sets in Cyrodiil. You'll still be able to wear the sets, it's just that there will be no procs. Nothing will proc. Proc sets are gone in Cyrodiil. No more proc sets. Which consists, I think, like 90% of all builds in Cyrodiil. And I'm really happy about this because I hate proc sets, personally. I mean, I use them because they are very useful, but I hate them because they make the game feel just spams. You just spam. I'm really curious how this is going to affect the performance. Like, are we really going to see a massive performance improvement in Cyrodiil with proc sets completely gone? And if so, how is this going to affect the further strategies of Elder Scrolls Online? Are they going to get rid of all proc sets permanently? Or are they going to try and optimize the proc sets to work in a performance-friendly way? Are they going to keep proc sets but only disable them in Cyrodiil, which would be a nightmare of balancing? Or are they going to have different bonuses for proc sets that work differently in and out of Cyrodiil? There's a whole lot of questions, and I'm really eager to test this out myself. Lotus, you've been an Emperor once or twice. What do you think about this?
That really is going to change stuff up a lot, to say the least. That is going to be very, very different because, as is, somebody on my other screen is hitting me in the side of the head, and Earthcore just procced, so I healed myself, and I turned around and smashed them because, again, it procced. Like, that won't happen. If I'm half paying attention, I'm dead right now. Like, that would be the answer to that scenario. So I will be very curious if that. I would assume this actually, out of all the testings that they have done so far, I would be shocked if this does not have pretty substantial changes. Because when they talk about the calculations being holdups, this is so many calculations. Everybody's running around, and it's not even just like, oh, I've got this one thing. I'm wearing multiple different proc sets right now. So then you have however many people in Cyrodiil. I don't know. Wearing, so it's proccing multiple times per individual like, you want to talk about calculation overload, there you go. That's so many, and then what they do, the values of it, is based on your CP. So that's going to be shifting individually per person, which they already have said has the CP gets checked each time that it's so it's like it's just, this seems like it would likely interact with so many different things. Actually, I didn't even think of that. Also mentioned in chat that plus the animations, like Earthcore drops that like cloud of blood, or if you're using, anything else, Villagers is shooting out puke balls or whatever those things are.
And the maw you have the big Daedroth running around spitting fire at things.
Exactly.
That's an AI on top of it too.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, my assumption is that will help with performance. On the flip side of things, holy hell, is that going to change the balance of how PvP works? Because sets are built around that, or builds are built around that. Having it just be skills and, stats, that is going to be a huge, huge change, which I'm personally fine with. And I've seen a lot of people, shout out to Berserk Zod, and like he literally jumped up and down when when he saw this. And it's just like, Lord Zell is another one who is he seems super hyped about this. A lot of people are over just proc sets doing procs on proc sets to proc more proc sets, where it's just like, okay, this is just like a nightmare. Because that's just it. They'll proc each other. This will fundamentally change how PvP in Cyrodiil works, which I'm totally fine with. And hope those players who like min-maxing and really taking PvP seriously, like, because that's their favorite part of the game. I hope that this works out for them and gives them a bit of a reprieve from kind of having a long stint where it just seemed like a lot of PvP players weren't happy. Hopefully this is the fix we've been waiting for. So I don't know. I'm definitely pretty excited for it.
Same. Like, one of the things I don't like about Elder Scrolls Online's PvP is that there are no cooldowns. And everything is spammable, so it's more resource management than cooldown management. Which feels a lot more unstructured to me, rather than having like a proper strategy and everything. It just means like, the fastest amount of damage you can deal in the fast like in the shortest duration. And proc sets definitely does not help with that, because it adds another layer of complete spams from proc sets, because you don't even have to do anything to proc them. It's generally they just proc all over the place based on certain conditions. Like, I get hit, boom, Crimson procs, and then like I get hit, Bloodspawn procs, I get hit, Earthgore procs, I hit Veladrek procs. It's just added effects.
I'm
and
a
effects
Templar,
and effects.
I exist, everything procs.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. Like, at the early Elder Scrolls Online, in the early days of Elder Scrolls Online, Cyrodiil was my favorite content in the game. Before dungeons, before everything, I loved Cyrodiil. And then the performance started going to disaster, and then it became so that it's just, everything is so instant. You know, there is no... The prolonged fight starts to disappear, because either one side just nukes everybody, or the other side nukes everybody. Everything starts to happen so instantly. So hopefully this will slow things down and cause that more structured, more strategic feeling to Cyrodiil as well. And it will work. There's also that. I would love it to work, because last few times I've been there, I couldn't even cast my skills. So that wasn't fun. Yeah, we'll see.
With the situation that a lot of people have mentioned, not just in our Discord, but just in general, is that the performance has degraded over time. Like, you know, there's just more ping. Like, you, for example, just mentioned, like, oh, well, you know, I used to be able to play, and now I can't. Like, it just runs like butts, so I can't do it. It makes me think that, you know, with the amount of sets we have available, one strong correlation, more things being calculated for more different proc sets. So it's not even like, oh, everybody's using this one thing. There's so many different ones being calculated as well. So it's like they're all doing different things. With the amount of sets constantly increasing and the performance also struggling like that, that seems like, you know, whether it's causing it, it's hard to say at the moment, but like there's definitely a correlation at least. So it would seem peculiar if it had no way relates one to the other. So I don't know. Definitely, I like the idea of that changing, but I really have high hopes, more so than anything else, other than just like the gameplay style change. Just fingers crossed that this actually does a big performance increase, because compared to the other ones that they did test late last year, those I was kind of, well, there were a couple of them where I was like, what? Why? But they were tests. It's fine. Test whatever, and, you know, eliminate it. This seems to me like I would assume that it would work, whereas one of the few things that I hope they bring back, I guess, if this is fixed, say it does a miracle and it's like, oh man, it's so much better, like it's noticeably increased in performance, great. I don't like a 12-person max group. I don't like that. It made
like finding groups mess so difficult in Cyrodiil.
Yeah, like just like let me Zerg mess it up. Everybody's just going to complain about the Zergs anyways. Just let them get real big and ruin everything. Because I've noticed this Mid-Year Mayhem, chaotic keep fights aren't as big and chaotic, and I assume it's because people are coordinating their 12 people as opposed to, 2 groups of 12 coordinating, because now you're not even in the same group, so you need to have like an outside chat source. Okay, so you've got 2 groups of 12. Well, that's the equivalent of 1 group before, whereas you could have 2 groups of that. That's quadruple what you have now. So it's like, to me, and somebody who loves those chaotic like Empkeep fights, like the final Empkeep where just shit hits the fan and literally everybody on the server bum rushes the same castle and it's just good luck. That hasn't been as extreme this Mid-Year Mayhem, which makes me sad because I like ruining all of the things with just giant chaotic messes. This is why I don't say I'm a good PvPer, even though I PvP a lot. I like the chaos of it. I don't have good timing on stuff.
You are
I just like,
see, I like the chaos of it, as long as it doesn't mean just running and everything dies. And like, I like structure in chaos, which doesn't make sense when you say it like that. But currently how it is you just roll in there and everyone has so many AoE proc sets. People don't do things. They just run.
Yeah,
and things proc, and things either die or you die. There is no there's no tactic, there's no strategy, there's no structure to it. It's
much more. It's much more positioning than anything any individual person is doing. Because like one of the common tactics that groups that I am with in my old PvP group, when we were very coordinated by a couple former military who actually understood the basis of this stuff, their approaches, and I used to love having them lead groups, was we would have people they would just need a couple specific people on rolls. And one of the favorite ones was we would, you push it, once you knock down door, you send in 3 tanks so that you just start getting wailed on. Everybody dumps their AoEs, everybody shoots you with any garbage that they have handy, so that it gets all the crap down. Anybody that thinks they're big damage will generally charge at you. The rest of the team will then push past them, since everything's down and the direct impact won't go on to them. It's just them going through the AoEs at that point. While the healers are behind their wall, spamming them with heals. Once you push to back flag, what you would do is you would have one of your sorcerers drop a giant negate on the back flag so that nobody could bomb the horde of you back there. And then you would use a bomb because you weren't negated and they couldn't counter it. And somebody would hit like a VO proc and just obliterate anybody ranning anything on the back wall. That is, other than like the beautiful 5 people I mentioned, most of those people are just running around shooting crap everywhere.
Exactly.
There was basically 9 people's roles that mattered and 35 people who did not. It was just like hit the things that aren't you.
That's very nice though. Like that's what I would like to see from an open world PvP and castle siege like this game. But the currently what I see is the gate breaks down and a horde of Magicka characters with flames around them, or it could be flames, it could be runs. They are not casting it, they are running, and they just run, go up the 2 sides of the stairs, run across the top, and came back down, and the castle is clear. There's nothing alive. Or the gates break open, and the same type of people run outside the castle, and this time we are dead. There is no send in the tank first, try to shoot inside with a meatball, use negate. No.
Yes.
It's just AoE procs. That's it.
And that's unless someone has a vicious death
that just
3
people runs through a group, everything dies, and then you do the same to them.
And res the dead. Rinse and repeat.
It's like what you just explained. I would love to play like that. Send in the tanks first, and then use the negate and everything. I haven't seen anything like that in Cyrodiil in quite a time. It's just running.
Yeah, it's the big time, like the main time you get that, unless you're in the guild that's running it. The only time I ever find that in like pugs, so to speak, or just like anything just freeform, it's the Emp group. Because they want to stay in the position they're in, and they already have so many buffs or whatever. So if they're pushing leaderboards, they know what they're doing. Or if they already have Emp, we tend to be very, very organized at that point. You'll push in as a group because it's like, well, we need to use. But if you just get a group of people and it's like, oh, I saw that it was Mid-Year Mayhem, I'm trying out, PvP, you're going to just get exactly what you described, and it's just going to be a mess.
So, yeah. Well, I guess we'll see, though. Like, I'm really looking forward to the no proc type of things. And that brings us to the end of the news at 3 hours.
We did it, everybody.
So
we covered the Gates of Oblivion.
Yeah.
And this is why we couldn't do a 1 hour bonus show.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, one final note, because I'll be remiss if I don't say it, because I always have said it before, and I know Ark agrees with me. Really cool bundle.
Oh, yeah.
Why isn't it just a collector's edition? Just put them together.
So
that's
there is a
so much for no more news.
There's
a bit more news. There's a bit more news.
I had to say it.
Hang in there, Pixie.
I'm dying.
So, they did we are against not having collector's editions and instead having individual items that they sell like they did with Elsewhere. So the tablet was individual, the dragon was individual, everything was individual. With Gates of Oblivion, they are making a collector's edition. So there is a collector's edition bundle, physical collector's edition. It just doesn't have the game. So the game is separate and the box is separate. So they are still doing a physical collector's edition, except the game is not in it.
It's very weird.
So,
yeah. It is a very nice bundle, though. So it has a Dagon statue, a very good-looking Dagon statue, by the way, compared to the Greymore edition vampire that was just gray, and it looked like it was for you to paint. This one looks very nicely colored. Gina on stream, because they have a prototype edition, because this thing is not mass-produced yet. It's gonna be produced all the way until June, when it will be released. Gina said it has a very nice weight to it, so it's a good material. It has an ambitions token, so another collectible coin, and it has a Dagon lithograph with Dagon's refined abs as the primary subject of the lithograph.
So everybody can illicitly put that on their walls and make the community very happy.
And then also the puzzle thing.
Yes.
And actually, no. So they showed the puzzle thing, right? But when you look at the Bethesda store or the
Hold
bundle,
on, because I swear I saw it.
So Gina on stream showed the puzzle thing, right?
I saw the puzzle thing whenever I was looking at the store.
Yeah,
it's not listed in the
bundle. It's something separate.
It must be it's a separate item. So the bundle has Meyranus Dagon Premium Bundle is what it's called, and it's $120 or 120 euros if you are buying from Bethesda Europe.
You're right. I'm looking at it now.
Meyranus Dagon statue, Meyranus Dagon lithograph, ambitions token, and the very nice dwarven puzzle cube thingy is a $60 separate item.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it is very nice.
The light was separate, but there was the I'm not seeing it on there, so you're right. But the puzzle thing where you have to put together the ambitions.
I was under I didn't realize at first that was separate as well.
Unfortunately, yeah, it is.
Yeah, my assumption is the reason this was done is they aim to charge the 120 for this.
Mm-hmm.
If they included the game, it would inflate the price higher than the previous bundles. So I think that what they were trying to do was separate that so that they could get the two separate prices, but to eye value, it looks the same. I mean, people are pretty savvy to this type of stuff now, but not everybody. That would be my assumption in why they separated it. But personally, I don't care. Like, I would like it to just be one universal collector thing so that it's simple, it's easy to do.
I mean, it kind of works in my favor in a single manner. When I order collector's edition, because of the shipping duration, my access to expansion delays by a lot, so I have to buy the digital edition and then the collector's edition. So now I can actually buy the digital game, access the game directly, and wait for whenever the thing actually ships.
I did like the fact that last year, one of the gifts, because they were like, okay, well, if you're buying the collector's edition, like, the odds are you're upgrading. So they gave you the upgrade and it had a month of ESO Plus included. I thought that was a pretty cool little thing to have, but that's not the case this year. But yeah, it's kind of a semantics thing about how it's split. And again, shipping is a different issue because with shipping.
There's another couple things. Because of the pandemic, there is a highly likely chance that all shipments will be delayed. Like this will reach everybody, like a lot of people, very delayed. So if the game was included in this,
that's
the game code, your
chapter might not even show up on time, and then people will literally tear out their hair because they can't play on day one. Which, unpopular opinion, don't rush to play on day one anyways. Take your time, take a breath.
I don't go into
the
new
servers are all
zones
going to blow up. They always do. That's what happens.
Plus, nothing feels immersive because they no longer instance quest areas. So I'm trying to be immersive, talking to a very important character, and someone's just like jumping with a Twilight thing in the background.
I know. It's my first day. Yeah, no, I always kind of ease in and do something casual to start with.
Yeah.
But, so, it's cool that it's here, that they have something. I personally like it just being combined. The price is like whatever. This is an overpriced toy. I've resigned myself to that because I would like it. So like
I will buy it.
Yeah, I will buy the thing. So it's I don't expect it to be like, oh, well, it needs to be super cost effective. No, you could just get the game. Like that's fine. This is all the extra stuff. The extra stuff to me personally is like, no, you just analyze whether it's worth it to you. I have my giant shelf of nerd behind me, so it's worth it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would just for sake of ease is the only reason I say I would like it condensed, not so much that it's like a big thing or whatever.
Like I wish this was more expensive and included for example, the cube as well.
I wish, just add the $60 to that. Like, personally, I would be fine with that as well. I agree.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Lotus, because obviously you got the Greymore Physical Collector's Edition. You're also on PlayStation. I want to say that I remember from Vegas that they opened up pre-orders immediately for these Physical Collector's Editions, but wasn't there an issue with Sony?
There was. Sony...
So I wonder if that had anything to do with this decision, because that made things difficult.
Yeah, that did not make things easy because I believe... I don't remember because I don't get the digital versions of things. I like getting the physical versions of them. But if I remember correctly from my friends, I actually think it was like 48 hours before you could get it on PlayStation. Like to pre-order it. So like... But then that caused issues with the pre-order bonuses that they were doing or something like that. I don't remember the exacts because I wanted the like physical version of it, so it wasn't that big of a deal to me. But yeah, there was a weird holdup with just very specifically the PlayStation. It was like, cool, once again, PlayStation really knocking it out of the park there.
Yeah, because I remember something, I thought it was with the physical collector's edition with PlayStation. Like, you couldn't pre-order the physical collector's edition until a little bit later.
Yeah, so what it was if I remember correctly, I don't 100% remember this because I was drinking a lot in Vegas as well. But it was something along those lines was if I remember correctly, they didn't put the physical on sale immediately because as a result you were supposed to get the pre-order code, but they couldn't give them. So if you bought it at the same time, you wouldn't be allowed to actually register it, which was going to cause... So it just like went on sale later or something. And I think it was 48 hours. I don't know. If anybody remembers exactly what the details are, please feel free to just, let us know, wherever. But it was definitely, you're right. There was some weird holdup. Whatever exactly it was entirely with Sony. So yeah, maybe it was to prevent an issue like that, and we don't even know about it. Who knows? But yeah. And with things being delayed on shipping, not having your game arrive because of like shipping delays, where it's like now you could just get the digital version and your physical supplies show up later. There's a plethora of reasons for it. I just like everything nice and in one compact thing so that I have less things to keep track of, I guess.
Something else to keep in mind. So not only was there the issue with Sony last time, but now we also have Stadia to concern ourselves with. So what happens whenever somebody orders a physical collector's edition of a game, gets a game code to activate it, but they're on Stadia, not on PC. Yeah. So I think that
I did not even consider that.
Wait, how do you put games on Stadia? How does that work?
So I actually had to buy ESO again to get it on Stadia. Now that I have ESO,
doesn't work on Stadia. You can't like redeem a game code in Stadia then.
Right. So the way it works for me is I own the game on PC. I buy all of my expansions on PC. I bought the base game on Stadia and it automatically has all of my expansions. But let's say you are new to ESO.
Right.
And you want the physical collector's edition of the game, but you need the base game plus expansion deal that like anybody else would get if they pre-ordered this. But you wouldn't be able to get that because you have to buy through Stadia. You can't buy through the ESO store or through Steam. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does, and it hurts my brain because there's too many platforms for me to keep track of.
And I think that's part of the problem, because the only way to fix it then is to say, okay, you buy your game through the Stadia store. And if you want this physical collector's stuff, you don't have to buy the game on a platform you can't play it on. Because a lot of the people who are playing on Stadia, it's because Mac is dropping support for it, or they don't have a computer powerful enough, or a console that they'd prefer to play this on. So it really fixes an issue for a very small number of players, and it avoids the issue they ran into last year with PlayStation, which is their largest player base, if I remember right.
Yeah, I don't know if that's changed, but I definitely know before it was, so...
And it could be a marketing thing, maybe they just make...
ESO why is ESO this complex to just get into? Every year, it's the same problem. You have to explain, like, yeah, you can buy DLCs, but there's ESO Plus, and then you have access to DLCs, but it doesn't give you access to, expansions, except if the expansion is a year old, which then you can buy as a DLC or go into the ESO Plus. You can buy the newest expansion upgrade, or you can buy expansion bundle with all the previous expansions, except you don't... There's like... Ugh.
Oh my god. Yeah, you need a flow chart.
Like, I haven't heard anybody from ZOS address this specifically, so this is just me talking out my ass and thinking about the logistics problems behind having them couples. That's something I had not considered.
It's probably because I'm so dismissive and keep saying I don't remember that Stadia exists.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad at least one of us plays on Stadia occasionally. So
I'm really keeping us grounded in Stadia news, because otherwise I'm like, yeah, I don't know why they don't just do this. What about Stadia? I don't hear anything, so let's just move on.
It's literally just like me and Pylon playing on Stadia, and everybody else is just...
Yep. Yeah, no, but that honestly, that might have something to do with it that I had not... I mean, even if it's not the whole thing, all of these together could add up to a reason for this.
I think the main thing is... yeah, the shipping with the game code. Like if they initially had a system for somehow emailing you your game code, apart from the actual physical box itself, we wouldn't have most of these issues, but they never really made that a thing. Yep. So yeah, like
that's a problem for other games too. It's not even just a problem for, like, I know a lot of people ran the issue with Cyberpunk because they would pre-order the physical collector's edition and then the shipment was delayed through Amazon. Yeah. So they couldn't play on day one with everybody else who pre-ordered digital. So it's just one of those things that's just really tricky, and then you have these extra things like Stadia and all of that to worry about. I will say, so I'm assuming that if they were to piece everything out, I know my Calgrantide statue is $80 on the store, my Calgrantide lithograph is $50 on the store. So the statue plus lithograph by itself is more
$10
expensive.
more than this thing. And you don't get the coin thing.
Yeah, individual items are always more expensive, which is why I bought nothing from elsewhere. Like, I don't have anything regarding elsewhere. I have every other collector's edition. I have the collector's wallet that I've been using for years. I have the plushies. But buying individual collector's items, like the elsewhere ones, the tablet, the Calgrantide, the lithograph, it's always a lot more expensive. So I'm happy with the box, honestly, because it'll take like up to 2 months for this box to get to me with the pandemic, I'm pretty sure. So if the game code was included in the box, I would have to either, like every year before, I would have to buy a second copy of the digital collector's editions of the expansion and then give away the previous one.
Yeah.
Which is what I've been doing. Like I gave away all my collector's edition codes that came with the box because I already had bought it over Steam.
Right,
because
my
box
actually
comes
arrives
very late. So, yeah.
Okay, now we're done with the news.
Yes, yes. Except...
oh, crap.
I will just sleep on the show again.
Okay, up to you. Asking again. Do you want to do Tales or not? I am awake. It's up to you guys.
I mean, I don't have that many, so mine won't be too involved. What I've been doing this entire podcast of over 3 hours now is 95% of my tales, which is farming AP.
Man, I wish I could do that at the same time, but...
I mean, I have plans early in the morning, so it just kind of depends on how long it would take. I don't want to be...
Why don't you go first and jump in, because yours are largely just involved with reminding Ark of things.
I mean, I did kind of get that out of the way as
you
soon
did.
as...
That's why. So I was going to say, you brought up the fact
do it
that
again.
you... Yeah, well, I just assumed you were going to bring up a fact that you beat him in head-to-head combat.
Absolutely, I did. And I don't care if he wants to throw out the whole, oh, you guys had 2 months in there thing. Like, I have learned this about myself over the course of Lair of Marsalok and Castle Thorn, that I don't take things nearly as seriously as I should until somebody says, beat this first or you're laughing stock of tales.
We never said you were laughing stock of tales.
It was implied. You said you'll never let me live it down.
That's true. That's strongly implied.
That's not saying it, though. That's just implied. I mean, we may have done it, but we never said it. So.
See? Well, I have never lost in head-to-head combat with you, Ark. I even got your shield first, and that wasn't even a thing I tried to do.
That was solid. That's like your first ever battleground, and you got the thing that I farmed for 4 months. I still don't have it, by the way. I still have been doing battlegrounds every single day. At least on like one character. It's still not there. Yeah.
Yeah, first time I took that Sork into Battlegrounds, just immediately what I got. I hadn't done Battlegrounds in like 6 months. And then all of a sudden I was just like, oh, hey, there's a shield here. Oh, wait, this is the one Ark wanted. This is great.
Well, and that was just it. I had the same situation where I didn't realize that I was just like, what is this shield? And I was browsing through my inventory. I was like, oh my God, I have it unlocked. I had no idea. I have no idea how long I had it. I clearly had it. I could have been ripping on him the whole time. No clue. No clue was in my inventory.
Yeah, you lost your chance at the
I know.
teasing of months.
Wow, it was like I
every
wasted
month
months
you could have
of
used
this.
that. And
So my thing is, I'm such a competitive person. So if somebody is like, I'm going to be better than you, I'm like, I'm just not going to sleep, and I know when you run.
yeah, you guys went over time for like an hour and a half. Just
Yeah, I had to work at 6 a.m. the next day, and I was like, listen, I'll just have a really bad Friday. It's okay. Please, dear God, let me beat Ark, because I don't want to deal with this. I don't know, and it would be with anybody, so it's not just like you singled out. If anybody else is just like, oh yeah, like you've got to do this, and it's something that I know I'm not a bad player at, like with PvP challenges, like I know I suck at PvP.
I wouldn't get into that myself either.
And I think part of the reason why I suck at PvP is because I refuse to do PvP because I'm so competitive and I know if I'm bad at it, I'm just going to hate myself. So I just stay away from it. And whenever I do go in there, I just treat the whole thing like a giant, like, happy fun time and don't really put much effort into it. So that way, whenever I immediately die, it's just like, whoopsie daisies, I'm just a PvE player. What do I know? And just go about, and that's how my brain just reconciles the whole thing. But in PvE content, like, I know I can do these hard modes if I just push myself hard enough and I just focus hard enough. So whenever somebody issues a direct challenge, I just have to crush them. And that's what happened with Lair of Marsalok and now Castlethorn.
I'm really enjoying this.
So next challenge is Frost Waltz, but
yes,
we are going to look at how many times we tried it and not who's sooner, because we run so out of order.
You do run out of order, but here's what I pose to you, and I know you really want to tackle the hard mode. You got to do calculate how many, like, I don't know, whatevers you guys want to do, hours, whatever time constriction. You got to tether it to first person to get Frozen Treasure Seeker, which is the challenger.
Every achievement. Speedrun, hard mode.
Hard mode, not simultaneously, but...
So there's no way I'm getting those simultaneously.
Yeah, but the challenger achievement. Speedrun, neither of you will have a problem with. Hard mode it's just frustrating. It's not even...
thing with challenger...
Hard mode's a nightmare.
Here's the thing. I don't know if the rest of my group would be enjoying themselves if we throw ourselves continuously at no death if it's not giving me anything, because we only get to run once a week, and I don't know if they want to just spend the exact, like, all of that in Frost Waltz constantly, especially with new dungeons coming as well.
I guess
if it was just 4 copies of me, I would be okay with the trifecta challenge, because I love throwing myself at the same thing non-stop until I clear it, but I don't want to put the others for our challenge.
Well, that's the thing. So just so you're aware, if you beat the hard mode, you don't get squat.
Oh, like, we are doing hard mode just for the bragging rights.
Right,
but
that's why
that
it's like we originally would walk around with Guardian of the Green a lot, just because that's a rare title. And that's for doing, the challenger of that. And then people started popping up with it. And we're like, gross. So we put on Frozen Treasure Seeker, thinking, oh, this'll impress people. And a couple of us have had people ask, they're like, oh, cool, what is that for? And we're like, what? They're like, oh, your title. I've never seen anybody with Frozen Treasure Seeker. Is that like an antiquities thing or something? It's so rare. Nobody even knows what it's from.
So
it kind of defeats its own purpose.
I will say that I feel like I get a little bit of bragging rights over Ark in Frostvault, because not only have I cleared that on my main, a healer, on Vet, I've also cleared it as a tank. So I think Ark needs to clear it on a healer. Otherwise, I'm just going to stay superior.
Good lord.
I mean...
Because I can do your role and my role.
Well, tank it on hard mode.
Tank, actually.
Tank it on hard mode, and we'll see. Because
would
Tanking
be
on
wow.
hard mode.
tanking these dungeons on veteran, I do while watching Netflix, Pixie.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh man, I just.
But have you ever healed a dungeon on
Oh
veteran?
my god.
Any of
I
them.
did most of these dungeons, some of them on hard mode without a healer, so I healed them and tanked them at the same time. Don't make
It's
me bring
different.
this up. Don't make me bring this
different.
up.
Because you don't have the extra DPS to carry you through mechanics. You have to actually do a thing.
I don't like doing the things. I like skipping the things.
Also, most of these dungeons, the recent ones, punish you if you have too much DPS, so you have to slow down. So 3 DPS
it is.
concept,
I'm telling you.
you have to slow down, otherwise you die.
Actually,
oh my God.
whenever I started Castlethorn on Thursday, a few people in chat were like, I think it would benefit Ark to heal these things because then he would learn what not to step in because he will die.
Does it have to be keeping somebody else up?
Well, here's the thing. I step into things deliberately to annoy my healers, and I tell them that. If they ask me
I
to
feel
stop,
like Luna would agree with me.
I will stop. But so far, she didn't ask me to stop. So
I just can't wait till next week's Tales of you both in Frostvault hard mode, just because.
See,
I mean,
I will
definitely
probably not
tough.
be able to do it yet, because on Monday, we'll do Castle Torn
Oh,
if
right,
we
'cause
run
you're
a dungeon. Because I don't know if we are going to run a dungeon. I don't know if Jen will be available or not.
Right. Yeah, you've got your
So-
redeeming shot at the at Castle. Just because, like, I've had to run that hard mode a couple times, and I'm always the first clear sometimes is just like, oh my god, it's so tough to get that first clear sometimes. But then when you go back in, it's like, oh yeah, I've done this. I proved I can do this. It's much, much easier. That place just is an RNG extravaganza in Execute, and my RNG sucks because there's these little gas jets while he's spinning it on fire, and there's missiles hitting, and it's dropping, ads around the map, which all of that's whatever. But the problem is, it takes these 3 points on the map, and it puts these little like steam jets that come out. Don't be in the steam jet. If you're on the steam jet on hard, just regular vet, it like shoves you, and then there's a chance that the stuff can catch you, like his flame arms or whatever. On hard mode, it throws you off the map and insta-gives you.
So, question. How many necromancers did you have in group? whenever
0
you
in
did?
our group originally.
I'm going to have at least 3.
If you get thrown off the map, you can't reach your body.
Oh yeah, that is true.
It won't spawn you at the entrance?
Actually, it
there's
will probably.
there's no body to reach. Like
There
you're
should be a little dust pile.
Oh, that's a flame thing. If you go out there, you melt.
How do you res?
Closes the. Well, if you res, I would assume you would light on fire immediately. So the gateway. So
like, how do you res someone who fell off the map? There's got to be a way you
like
can
she's
res
saying,
them.
your dust pile moves to the nearest like entrance point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
I just
they
res on
can
the
just
entrance
res
point.
there.
Yeah, she's totally right. I think it does move your little dust pile actually
Right.
up to the thing. But I know that strip entering into the arena gets superheated. So if you go outside the circle, it does like 50k damage a second to burn you to death because you shouldn't be out there. So I'm wondering if we didn't have a necromancer, so we didn't get to try it. I'm curious if you res the person, would they have enough time to get up and sprint off the flaming platform to get back in if you get thrown off? My problem was I could just stop getting hit by that goddamn jet, but if I stopped moving, the flame was right behind me, so I was like, oh, I gotta keep moving. I found out you could roll through it, which I was like, haha, not so smug now, Finn. And before I could finish being smug to myself, I dodged rolled through the steam vent, and it put another steam vent by a stone RNG on the other side of that steam vent, so I was thrown off the map by that one. I was like, I'm just destined to die in here. This is just not going to happen. And they beat it without me. I died at, I think it was 0.6% health. I was like, that's cool. You guys can just finish this up. I'll just take one for the team.
3 Necromancer res ultimate idea is very good for endurance battles, though, for sure. It might be a problem
it was fantastic in
it
Castle
might be
Torn.
a problem if there's a DPS race, because you wouldn't be like they would be not
wouldn't
using
have
their
ulti.
DPS ultimates. But for endurance battles like Castle Torn and possibly like Moongrave Fane as well, That's a solid idea. We don't have any necros in our group though, but I'll just make up for it by not dying, I guess.
Well,
we have
right
a necro
now,
with us now, but originally we did not.
So Kiz has a Magcro that he's been running instead of his Magplar. Lego ended up bringing his Necromancer tank in. I, of course, had my Necromancer, and now Bard is leveling a Magcro.
Oh god, for Necromancer. Nobody dies!
Yeah. So
nobody
our
dies
little
ever.
group is called the Soul Gem Society, and we're
That
like,
makes
this
sense.
just takes that name to another level if we're
that
running an
you
all
really
Necro
doubled
prog
down on
group.
it.
We
So-
no longer try to stay alive. We just build ultimate.
Dude, and I have this thing where I can like swallow souls in order to gain ulti really fast, and we can
seems
all
good.
do that.
That's so
And
beautiful
we just
about
all have
Necros.
ulti all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it was great. So if you watch, I actually highlighted it on my channel. You can see how we beat Castle Thorn. At Execute, we had a whole bunch of people die. I died at Execute, Lego died at Execute, Bard died at Execute, and then Kiz died at Execute. But we all had a res available at some point. And it was just awesome. It felt kind of like cheating, but
I mean, it's in the
I
game,
mean,
so...
yeah.
Yeah, hey, it's part of it.
And I mean, none of us had like damaging ulti except for Bard at that point because he was still on his Magplar. So we did slower burn at the end there because we were just constantly rezzing each other. But it's like, wow, this is amazing. And even with just one Necromancer in group, that's enough to get the tank up if they get yeeted off the platform. So,
Yep.
But the thing is, like, can you actually res? Because Lotus said, if you res, you die.
maybe.
I'm really
I'm gonna have to
interested
see.
now. If any of you even do get yeeted off, I was gonna say I just assume it's partly. I just like okay,
It's
I
just
can't
par
get.
for the course.
I can't get out of the way of this stupid thing. So like, if you don't have that happen, problem solved.
Yeah. Well,
So
okay, then.
I think that this is gonna be a good little challenge.
Yeah, this will be very entertaining to listen to.
So Frostwald hard mode is our next challenge, but not based
Yeah.
on who clears it faster, but based on who, like, the amount of hours we tried it.
Amount of abuse taken.
The thing that makes this fair is the fact that before either one of us is trying it, it's now a challenge. Because like I said, I perform better whenever it's a challenge first.
Yeah, that's why I said.
So
I like it.
So Frostwald based on hours tried. And of course, before it gets nerfed. If it gets nerfed, there's no point.
we both lose.
Yeah, we both lose.
Both of you lose and everybody's sad.
Except we will have the Frozen Treasure Seeker titles and still be sad.
So wait, are
But
we
we'll
going
have
for
our titles.
Frozen the title
Go
or
with
just hard mode? Which one are we going
Just
for?
go with hard mode to start with. We'll see how this goes. I want one of you to have this cleared by next show. That's why I'm really hoping, like...
Next show, I won't be able to do it because on Monday we'll clear Castle Thorn, and
you're
we
just gonna
won't run until the next show.
You're just going to one-pull Castle Thorn anyways, so...
I'm really hoping... I'm sorry to the rest of your group, but just because of this little rivalry, I'm really hoping you get stuck in Castle Thorn like 24 more times.
Wow. But no way.
Because of how many times I had to run that damn dungeon.
Savage.
I mean, so far the longest time we took clearing a dungeon was 2 times. So that's Lair of Marsalok, Moongrave,
Yeah, 2
Fane, every
sessions.
single others. I think this will be the same. Frostvault and Storm Garden. Those two will probably take so many tries.
So listen though,
Yeah, Frostbolt is just... There's so much happening.
to tell you the difference in challenged Pixie versus let's just get the clear Pixie. I had been stuck in both Castle Thorn and Moongrave Fane for a while. Whenever I thought it was Moongrave Fane, I scheduled an extra day and we beat it that Monday. Then whenever I realized that I cleared the wrong dungeon, that Thursday, my prog night, we cleared Castle Thorn. So...
Was Thursday or Friday? Oh yeah, Thursday. Friday
Thursday.
you did PvP, yeah.
So
Well, it's your fault for not taking this seriously and making your DPS and tank suffer those long times. While
I was also very much hyping them up.
I don't know. Do you hear this, Lego? Do you hear this? On this challenge, she is not healing you properly. She's like letting you die all
Lego
the time.
wasn't the one. I let my DPS die. Lego doesn't die.
Do you hear that, Bard and Kiz? She doesn't heal you guys. She doesn't.
Okay, they gave me shit the entire time because of how distracted I get while streaming these things. So
yeah, it happens.
They know.
Streaming is, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's why I don't
different.
really like streaming prog stuff, because I can't devote my attention to it. Unless everybody's on board with us, like,
Yeah.
goofing around, I'm usually like, yeah.
Oh,
Like
when I
did
used
the
to
QuakeCon
stream-
thing, it was like everybody was on board. They were just like, wait, we're going to be on the QuakeCon thing? It was like, yes. Do we want to fail a dungeon for a while? Like,
it
used to
it
stream
adds a level of
Seeker
difficulty.
prog trials, I used to just put like a text on screen saying that, okay, I am focused. I'm not going to be looking at chat, because that's like 12 other people
yeah, that's a lot of
that
time
I'm
you're
running
wasting.
with. And if I'm looking at chat and dying because of it, that's like 11 people's time wasted.
Exactly.
But our current like dungeon pro group, Jen, Kitsu, and Luna, they know I'm streaming and they don't mind. They're in it for the shenanigans.
Yep.
So
And that's how my group seems to be too. They do like whenever I do actually focus. But what I did this last time was I just let chat know, like, look, between polls, I'm going to catch up on chat. But right now, I'm going to focus. I'm still going to be talking, because the talking part is not what distracts me. The reading part is what distracts me.
well, because
I
you're
can
not
sit
looking
there-
at your screen, obviously, and you get hit by random things.
Yeah.
I was having a final poll that we actually cleared. I was having a conversation about Van Helsing through half of it. So I can clearly talk about something that's only mildly related the entire time I'm doing a thing, and it's not hurting me. So I can still like interact and have like a discussion topic with chat. I just can't see their response until after the poll, which in most hard modes is not a problem, but Castle Thorn lasts so
It's
long
so
that I
much
felt
movement,
bad.
though. Because like you have to look, because the movement of the circle keeps changing. So you are going left because that's where the circle is moving, and if you're looking at your chat and if circle changes direction, you are now just walking into the bat
Right.
swarm.
So I never really looked at chat while the circle was moving. It was every other time, because it's like, I don't get hit by things here. And then I'd look at chat and then something would pop up right under me and I just wouldn't see it. And it wouldn't. Or I'd get a raid. Something that screwed us over in Moongrave Fane was a raid came in and I thought everyone was fine. I didn't, because I was thanking the raiders and I had the raid alerts coming through my headset. I didn't hear Kiz said, I have a debuff. And I wiped us at 4%. So it was a situation like that where I was thanking the raiders, thought I was paying attention, but I couldn't hear over myself, and fucked us over that way. But
Yeah,
now
it
they
happens
get
every now and then.
now they get me being focused because I have to win. It's an added thing. I don't care about the titles at this point. I just can't be the loser of Tales. So
I mean,
listen, I have to be around here
compared
for
to
something.
Lotus, we are both the losers of Tales.
That's true.
He's sitting there in silence with his 40,000 plus achievement points.
That's why
Every
he's the one
freaking
assigning
trifecta
us.
in the game, including dungeons and trials.
Well, see, that's just it. That's what I guess if we want to like aim to closing, I guess I can say that's literally the only tale I have other than unhealthy amounts of PvP is my dungeon group has started messing around with trifectas. So we decided we wanted to we were like, let's do an easy one to get like a flow going and see if we can do it. And we went and did Ice Reach, and we did the Ice Reach trifecta on our 4th try. So
There you go.
yeah. So we got that done. So now we're trying to figure out which one we want to tackle next. We actually might be doing Frostvault Frostvault No Death, just because the healer doesn't have the title. He's got the other 2 from it. So we're like, oh, well, that's kind of lame. So we think we might actually just pop that off for him real quick.
Yeah,
And then
so yeah, we are
thinking
not
scale
compete
caller.
with you. That's just that's
If I'm
dumb.
being honest,
Just casually
feel like-
doing this
Dumb.
over and over again to give other people their titles. Like, yeah, I've done Lair of Marcelo speedrun know that hard mode 7 times.
The way I see it, I can't lose this because even if Ark beats me to the hard mode, I can just be like, okay, heal it now because I've already tanked it. Like, you don't even have to do the hard mode.
That is an interesting side effect.
Because I've done it on both now.
Just go in Battalion Defender, it's fine. You say you're healing.
Okay, but don't make me run all of these on Veteran without a healer, Pixie.
I'm not saying without a healer. You have to be
healing.
Yeah, I am going to be healing if I don't have a healer. I am going to be healer and a tank.
No, because they're just going to burn through the mechanics then, because then you have 3 DPS.
Well, you can't burn through.
You need to have a standard dungeon group, but you have to be healing.
Don't make me do this with 2 DPS and myself.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just 3 mana.
Okay.
Look,
that would just be mean.
You won't leave that off 100% because I will find 2 willing DPS for that craziness. And technically they are doable.
So,
not Stonegarden.
Lego says, no Ark, let someone else tank and you heal. Because that's what I did. Someone else was healing, Avron was healing, and I tanked it. And so you need to have someone else tank it and you heal it. Because I don't tank very much. That's like a casual thing that I do whenever I get bored. And I managed to go in there. So tanking it clearly, if a noob tank can do it, is it really that bad as a tank? Sorry, Lego.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. On non-hard mode, these dungeons are super easy.
So then do it on a healer.
I don't want to level a healer.
I leveled a tank.
Look, I could bring in a bucket and broom with my team on non-hard mode, and we'll complete it anyway. I could just call myself a healer, and we'll clear it, and I'll just say, okay, I cleared it as a healer.
I think you should level it.
Because it's non-hard mode.
I think you should level a healer.
What? I mean, I'll just bring my Necromancer Nord, call it a healer, slap on Battalion Defender, and
slot healing things and bring a tank. There you go. All you have to do, take your Necro tank, respect
but
heals.
It's a waste of time. That's what I'm saying.
It's not a waste of time. It's fun. You learn what Luna goes through.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, clearing these dungeons on non-hard mode is easy enough that I could just bring whatever character, don't do anything, call it a healer, and I will have completed your challenge. So what's the point when we can actually keep challenging each other for the hard mode clears?
You could just learn a thing. You could learn how to heal. It'd be fun.
I know how to heal as a tank.
But that's not healing as a healer. You like to ditch us so much.
Wait, why do I need to heal as a healer?
Just to mix things up because it's fun. Just like
If I wanted to mix things up, I wouldn't have played this game as a tank for 6 years.
I was gonna say no changing roles.
I mean,
I don't know. Changing roles is fun. I've just been enjoying tanking, and I did have people in my chat saying Ark should make a healer, and it just sounded like a really good idea, especially since this dungeon in particular I've cleared on both roles.
Yeah,
before doing the hard mode
on both roles, and then I'll figure out a healer to clear it on hard mode as well. But I will not deliberately level a healer and spend time on it for a non-hard mode clear.
So if I tank
also, I need to ask if Luna or Kitsu is willing to tank on hard mode. That's because that depends on them as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to bring in a different tank, so who's tanking for you because you're healer now.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I meant. So it doesn't really depend on me. It depends on whether if they want to tank it on hard mode. But if you clear it as a tank on hard mode on your tank, then I can accept this challenge. But otherwise, it's like, what's the point?
Also, I will be...
Lego takes the deal. Lego heals also, and so does
shockingly impressed by all of this if in the end Ark becomes a healer and Pixie's actually manning a tank. It's just all rolled over. Ark's
well. How the turntables.
Yeah, Ark's just like, so I'm very upset that I didn't try healing before because it's my new favorite thing. Like,
actually, Untaunted wants to. So our team wants to do a full role reversal. So I'll be DPS. Luna, I think, is going to be a tank. Jen, I think, is going to be a healer. Something like that. We are going to reverse roll just for the fun of it at some point. But that's going to be like a fun run. So, because I don't expect to do proper DPS in any time of my Elder Scrolls Online experience. So, also, if you really do want me to challenge into that, I will challenge you into 3 DPS 1 tank clears of all the hard modes I cleared that way. So
My DPS is shit. I can tank and heal. I can do 2 things.
Wait, okay.
My DPS that I put out. I put out
thought you
shitty
just
DPS.
called Bard and
My
just,
DPS friends. No, that is not what I said. I said my DPS is
no, but
I
you'll
said
be
my
tanking.
DPS is shit, not my DPS are shit.
Yeah.
Well, I actually just leveled a DPS, so.
Yeah, you would be tanking, yeah.
And Kiz can off heal, so.
Also, we
It'd be
didn't.
great.
We skipped Tails because you were sleepy, and now you're just throwing challenge ideas at me, and we are nearing 4 hours on the show.
Sorry, I got carried away.
Oh no, don't. As I said, I'm awake.
Yeah. We probably should be
I feel like
close
both of you
to...
should level a healer, just so that way you know.
I have a healer.
Because it's fun. You have a healer? Do you like it?
I have everything. I learned how to play all the classes
heals.
so I cannot use them.
I could just change my role to healer instead of tank, and that would be it.
I mean, I have tanked on my healer also.
There you go.
Badly,
see?
but I've done it. But it's not as fun as doing the actual right thing.
Look, I only play as a tank.
See, all of this is just you being stubborn, not you thinking that you're just stubborn.
Look,
That's what it is.
I absolutely hate leveling alts, right? So
just respec one of your current tunes that you don't touch. Respec your necro tank. Make a necro healer. Then it's a necro healer to necro healer. No leveling required.
That would require me to level, farm skill points. Just the other day, I logged into my Necro and I was like, oh my god, I don't have any skill points on this thing. And Luna was like, well, let's farm skill points. I'm available. And I'm like, I hate farming. So, yes, I don't like leveling new characters, okay? But, as I said, if we are gonna do everything on hard mode, then I might. But that's it.
So I definitely won't have a tank clear on hard mode by next week, but eventually I will get a tank clear on hard mode, and I will hold you to this. You'll get a healer clear on hard mode.
Frostwall tanking with hard mode clear.
Yeah. At some point, I will be a good enough tank to do that.
No, because it will be nerfed by then.
It doesn't matter. Then heal the nerfed
It doesn't matter.
version.
I'm not gonna level a healer for a nerfed Frostwall.
Why?
Because I'm lazy, Pixie. I don't like leveling new characters.
He is moving the goalposts. This is not fair.
The goalpost, look, I was going to say,
what's it about?
Knowing Ark's pace, I don't think Ark would get a healer leveled before Frostvault is nerfed.
No way.
Not a
The
chance.
nerfed version is the only one we could challenge each other to off-roll.
Frostwall gets nerfed in like a month. I will not level a character in a month.
And my tanking skills aren't... I'm not even going to have good enough tank gear in a month.
So let's not do it. Then why are we doing this? I'm confused.
I don't know what you're saying. You're the one who said tank the hard mode, and then I'll heal the hard mode. So, okay.
I didn't say Frostwall. Why does it have to be Frostwall?
That's what we were talking about the whole time. I thought that's what you meant.
No, we were talking about our normal clear challenge. Lotus even left. Lotus is at this point is like, screw this. I'm just gonna up and leave. You brought up the role reversal out of nowhere.
Oh, just because this is the one dungeon that I've cleared. Well, actually, there's been a couple that I've cleared the DLCs on a tank. So the whole basis of this was I just got to a point where as a tank, I can sometimes clear that DLC stuff because I'm new to tanking and it's fun to me. So I figured that since I got the clear on both, if I get the hard mode on my main and the non-hard mode vet version on an off roll, that, hey, I mean, I cleared it on your thing too. So I thought it would just be a fun little challenge to have to do my thing. Just so you understand healer pain. I'm doing this for Luna. Chat brought it up, not me, on my stream on Thursday. They were like, Ark should level a healer, then he'll understand what Luna goes through, and he'll stop standing and shit. So.
Look, it's not that I don't understand it. I just do it.
Exactly.
Look, if one day I tank for you, I will not do it, okay? That's...
Oh, you can stand and shit all you want. I'll let you die and I'll tank it myself.
Oh, wow.
And then if I decide I need you, then I'll res you. I'm very good. I ran around in a circle for so long on hard mode, on Vet Fangler hard mode, to get ulti before I could res my tank back up. I had like 3 of the bone colossi on me, just running around. So I can survive for a while if I am focused in light armor.
I mean, Lego in chat says, I feel sorry for Luna, but it's more like I feel sorry for you guys, because you guys are the one who suffers Pixie looking at chat and letting you all die, while I may be trolling Luna all the time, but at least we still clear the things in 2 days tops.
I can hold block and glance at chat. I can't heal through a debuff and glance at chat.
I'm just saying.
Codes makes a noise, so I know when to dodge roll. I can look over here and still dodge roll a thing. Not saying tanking's easier, it's not. I'm just saying that if I need to glance away, I usually have a second more downtime while I'm blocking where I can then look, instead of light attack weaving with skills on a healer and getting
Lego
heavy
says I don't
attacks
die
in,
while
all
Pixie
that
is
stuff.
talking. Yeah, apparently you are not expendable, but Bard and Kiz is, and she just lets them die.
No, Lego is just very good at mitigating damage
Well, obviously.
and dodge rolling.
As a tank, you should
And then
be.
DPS are just super squishy, so a lot of shit's one-shots, and then some of it is, I missed a debuff call-out because I just didn't hear it. So.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Also, did Lotus write in Discord?
I don't know.
You check real quick?
I need sleep, though. Oh, yeah, boots.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna be MIA by the end. Yeah.
But no, you don't have to heal if you just really don't want to. I just thought it would be a fun little challenge, like making a healer
I don't want
and
to.
doing the
I
healing
like
things.
healing as a tank, but I don't want to level a healer.
I just thought it would be fun. Like I said, you don't have to. I just thought it was cool that I finally got, like, clears on 2 different roles on dungeons that are hard. Like, it might not be hard for you to tank Vet Frostvault, but it was hard for me to learn to tank it. And I thought it'd be cool for you to learn to heal it, because it's kind of a bitch and a half to do that too. So,
I
like,
mean,
on your first time on a role you're not used to.
I know
So I just thought it would
myself,
be fun.
if I go to heal it, I will just be a tank that heals. Again, like, that's my healer build is going to be. It's not going to be much different than my tank. I have a specific playstyle.
I don't know, I guess I just thought it was more fun to mix up my playstyle a lot. Like, I'm running completely different sets and everything on my tank and my healer.
For you, maybe.
Obviously,
I'm
'cause that would be
lazy.
stupid.
I don't like mixing up my playstyle. I'm lazy. I don't like leveling olds.
It was just a fun challenge inspired by something chat said.
How about we keep
But I'll just tell
to
them.
our hard mode challenges, and once we clear every hard mode in the game, then we can consider other stuff.
Honestly, I've been tanking things because it just helps, like, mitigate burnout, because it's just, like, so different than what I'm used to doing, and I just really enjoy it. So I'm going to try to do both. I'm going to try to get all the hard modes on both of them.
Okay.
At some point. I'm going to get all
Once
the
you
clears
start
on
getting
both
the
first.
hard modes on tanking, then I'll consider getting the hard modes on healer, which will be a tank, but in the healer role.
You're just a cheater.
No, that's my playstyle. What makes a
Just
healer?
kidding.
What
I'm
makes
kidding.
a healer?
You need to be in healer gear. You need to have staffs. At least a resto. You should probably wear,
Okay.
like, Hollow Fang and SPC.
I don't know
Or
what
something
those
of that
sets are.
nature. Worm. Something that's not heavy armor. That you're running
Oh,
in
man.
there. Exactly, because, like, your DPS are going to want resources from you. Your tank is going to want resources occasionally. You're going to want something that's going to do healy things. You're going to want magicka recovery and kind of a magicka-based build unless you're running an off-meta stam healer. So there's, like, very nuanced... There's things outside of healing that healers do to give resources to everyone. I know you give resources to an extent and you buff and debuff as a tank, but, like, if I'm not proccing SPC, if I'm not constantly keeping combat prayer up on Kiz and Bard, they're gonna start like, I saw in the logs that your uptime was lower, and one time Kiz was like, oh, you only hit Bard with combat prayer. Why? Like, because you were running around in a circle and I couldn't catch you. But so it's like, it's a different ball game whenever you get into healing these hard modes and healing these vet DLC stuff, whenever you're like, oh, these people want resources and these people want their DPS buffed. And so it's just like a thing that you, and constantly keeping up. So you'll need a Destro staff because it's suddenly your job to keep Ellie Drain on the boss. So there goes your sword and board. So you just automatically have to switch all this stuff if you're actually playing as a healer and not an off, like a miscued tank, if that makes sense.
Miscued tank, wow. Also, that was actually a really solid, like, healer guide that didn't involve, like, wasn't a build, but like how to heal guide. And you should make it a video or something.
I did this on a podcast a while ago. The
yeah,
Brothers
but this
of
is like
Tamriel.
a 4-hour episode. The number of people who will make it to here and still have coherent listening is low. So
yeah,
you should make it like an individual video.
Yeah, I should probably do that. I keep saying I need to do YouTube stuff and then just not doing it. But yeah, all I was saying, like, it is different than just like, oh, I'm gonna slot an off heal on my tank. Because I know people have done that.
You know, I love trolling a lot. So hey, Lotus, Boots. We got to see Boots for a second, but there's that.
Lotus is like, you two are still arguing. I need to tell him you missed my healer chat. How I gave a very brief overview of the importance of healers.
Yeah, I annoyed Pixie into just going into a 5-minute healing guide. Yeah,
I see. I made it back to end the show. Actually, still, I wasn't sure how long Boots needed to be.
Kind of wondering whether if you were going to make it to the outro or not. I mean, if you go for 15 more minutes, it's going to be a 4-hour show. With the last hour,
I need sleep.
Just being Pixie and me arguing.
I feel like he was just poking me until I just was like, okay, fine, don't do it then. Because my chat had a fun idea for him that he didn't like.
I mean,
it wasn't even my idea.
We've been doing this for nearly 2 years. And you still think I was gonna be doing something that requires me not to be lazy without a fight? You know me. I'm a master at coming out on top in arguments now. Not in the best way all the time, but I managed to do it because so let me do a brief guide into tanking as well, since Pixie gave one for healing. So the core to tanking is blame everybody else. You're good.
That seems good.
Yeah. Easy.
I'm glad Lego doesn't blame me all the time. Lego's understanding whenever I fuck up. Lego's very nice. But
jokes aside, I don't blame people either, but it's fun to do it in a fun way. Yeah, it's
I've given Kiz shit whenever he's healed me before. I've also given Kiz helpful advice whenever he was new to necro healing.
Okay, Kiz is completely different topic because giving Kiz shit is great fun. That doesn't count, whether if you're a tank healer or DPS, whether if Kiz is involved or not. Like, Kiz could not be involved at all, and we could still blame it on Kiz. That's a whole different thing.
So Lego actually mained a healer before he mained a tank. So he can get a lot of these clears on a healer too. So, like, if I were to off-roll and decided to go for these hard modes, I'd have Lego in group with me who could either heal me or tell me mechanics for tanks the entire time while he DPSs or Kiz heals or Lego heals and Kiz continues to DPS. So we could all kind of off-roll. And
yeah, that's what we are gonna do as well at some point, just to be fun. And
maybe
to be clear,
like a challenge thing
I am
where we all off-roll.
I'm not this obnoxious when I'm running with people, like when I'm pugging or when I'm running with randoms or in a prog guild or anything like that. I'm just obnoxious when I'm running with friends, basically.
We know. You just make the joke about how you don't know mechanics all the time.
People might at some point be like, wow, this guy's a dick. I mean, I guess I can be in friendly environments, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, we just had an hour-long argument on why you won't make a healer because you think tanking is just better. So
honestly, like if I could just have all the skill points I can have immediately, I would level a character. Like leveling a character is not that big a deal. I could just like do 2 days of heavy grinding with potions and I'd be done with it. But skill points, you have to do quests or go get sky shards or spend crowns for your sky shards or run a whole bunch of like easy dungeons or to get your skill points.
Well, you don't get new skills. You don't what you do, like you shouldn't even need that many new skill points because you just go to a respec station and take all of your skill points away.
No. I barely have enough skill points. Like I don't even have enough skill points for my full tanking setup on my necromancer. I power leveled it, and I didn't do anything else, so I have very few skill points.
Wardens are really strong healers too.
Well, my warden is in a similar situation. I only have enough skills to do
Dragon
PvP.
Knight healers are off meta. Like I have not made a Dragon Knight.
That's too much work.
I was gonna say I've never healed on a Dragon Knight, so I can't even really help you. I've heard it's possible, but it's not.
I mean, you can
something I've done.
Dragon Knight healers probably fun because
I'm sure
major mending, a lot of damage shields that you can give to people, a lot of buffs, a lot of debuffs. I kind of like Dragon. I guess I could re-roll it turn it into a ultimate healer as well. Ultimate healer.
Now Ark's on the healer bandwagon.
I may have just sparked some ideas. I don't know.
There we go.
It will be an off-meta healer because you know me. I hate running meta builds, but yeah.
I don't even know if my necro is any kind of meta or not.
Be like
I just
a
grab
hybrid.
things as people yell at me. I picked what I liked, and then Kiz and Lego told me what I did wrong, and then I changed it, and now I just flip things around whenever I think something's not working. So, because that's I don't know how true it is for tanking as well, just because I haven't done it enough, but like I'm constantly switching out skills on my healer depending on what I'm running. Like I'm never running the same bars, like hardly ever. For things.
You mean like between different boss fights?
Yeah. Between different boss fights, different dungeons sometimes. But
I do swap around some skills. I swap around based on difficulty. Like that's if the boss is very heavy hitting, I swap to more damage shields for myself. And if the boss is like, if I can survive it easily, but it's heavier on the DPS and my healer, then I swap to a lot of buffs and like the Healy balls, the AoE damage shields, the other heals I can drop. Or if it's a DPS race, I go full heavier on the debuffs. It depends on what is needed for that specific fight, yeah.
I think the thing that makes me have to change things around the most is if we're moving a lot. So like Castle Thorn, I had to do like a completely different healer rotation than I would normally because none of my AoEs would land because it's like stuff on the ground and the circle has now moved. And it's like, this is useless to me. I can't just waste a skill slot with these. And so I had to switch a bunch of things around. Then it just became about, I'm an ulti generator. Everything's a one shot. So I just need to get as many corpses on the ground as possible because these ads aren't dropping corpses. And so it was just kind of a rotation of Blast Bones, Healy Ghost, Summoner's Armor, and then just swallowing all of them. So, like, it's just, like, super situational. But I guess, like, from what you said, tanking's pretty similar. I just know with my tank, I don't have all my skills unlocked yet. So it's like, if it's not one of these, we're just shit out of luck.
That's all those things are why I just argued you for an hour over not creating a healer, because it's so much work getting all those bits and pieces, you know, getting the morphs, getting the skill points, getting the gear. It's just, I'm lazy.
Yeah, I guess
I'd rather
it's
argue
easier for me
for 5 hours to not do it than then just
Next
doing
time chat asks, I'll just say you don't want to farm things. So
just say I'm lazy. It's truth.
well, I
barely
to be
do
nice.
my writs. Like on PC with the add-ons, it takes logging in and logging out included. It takes maybe 10 minutes, and I don't do my writs.
I don't.
And
do
you are
mine
telling
either,
me
really.
to level a healer that is enough to do hard mode content. That's just like, ugh.
I mean, my tank isn't at the point where I can do hard mode content. That's why I was just saying, just get the
How do you
normal
not
clear
do
on a healer.
writs? It's so easy.
Because I forget.
I don't do how you do
God.
writs on consoles without add-ons. I would
Oh my.
I would go broke. Like I would beg for teleportation money from people, then do writs on console without my add-on. That's just too much work.
Oh, God.
I spend thousands of golds a day teleporting around because I can't be bothered to run to a Way Shrine.
Oh,
So-
my heart.
I actually did writs more regularly on console than I do on PC.
Okay, you are just weird. In that regard. Why? You have add-ons on PC. Even easier.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of times, like, whenever I want to do writs, it's like, whenever I'm not trying to do something else. So, like, a lot of times, especially on stream nights, on non-stream nights, I do my writs. But on stream nights, it's like, I've got such a narrow window from when my son goes to sleep to when I need to be in the dungeon and streaming and all of that, that I don't, even the 10 seconds, like, I don't have time to log in and out of multiple characters at that point. And then I just forget to do it after because I just conk out right afterwards. So that's my excuse. But, like, now I can kind of do it on Stadia, but then it's like, I don't have add-ons. Is now I've been spoiled. Even though I did it for years on console without add-ons. But
Yeah, the add-ons are spoiling. And, well, with the outro, we are going to be at 4 hours
I was
a
gonna
show,
say, when
which
we
is
did it,
the
everybody-
longest episode we recorded. And we said we were about to wrap up an hour ago until Pixie and I
just
started
mentioned a
arguing.
healer. Jesus.
Can I go to bed
told you,
now?
Look, I
Me
came up
too.
on top of this because I am not going to be sleeping for another 12 hours. So you just spend an hour of your sleep arguing a stubborn Nord. So
I don't even know how it went from, like, me proposing an idea to you making me feel like I just punched your mother in the mouth or something. Like, I don't know.
because you kept pushing. See, that's the thing. You kept pushing. I was like, I said no.
Because I'm also
and then-
stubborn. I'm just also tired.
Well, that's not on me, you know. I said I was lazy, and then you kept pushing, and then I started, bringing out the
I honestly just want more bragging
fact
rights.
that I, ran without healers, which I know annoys you very much whenever we bring that up.
I glazed right over that fact. I just said make a healer and see how it feels for a little bit. That's
Yeah,
all I said. That's it.
See,
It wasn't anything.
when my laziness is challenged, I can be very argumentative.
I can tell.
I can argue for an hour over not doing something that would take me 10 minutes.
Oh, Boots
In
wants
games,
spend
at least.
time
In real
cookie.
life, I'm not like that. Like when I'm working or anything, I'm not like that. But for games, oof, I am not cost efficient with my laziness either, as I just mentioned. Like I'll
Well,
argue for
I'm
an hour for
sorry.
10 minutes.
I'm sorry. I thought it would be fun. And
Maybe.
chat thought it would be fun. But I guess it's not fun, except for me, because at the end, I'm going to have all the bragging rights because I can do it on more than just a healer. So I'm just going to ultimately come out on top here. I'm just playing the long
Again,
game.
I'll just change my role to a healer, and I say I did it on a healer, whereas the build will just be a tank. I don't see how this is.
Will you explain the difference? But I'll just know in my heart that I won, and that's all I need. So ha!
Well, hey, I have no arguments against that. It's not that I don't want you to be happy, Pixie. I want you to be happy. But I will also annoy you, as you know, at every corner.
Can I
It
go
is
to
what it
sleep
is.
now?
Well, yeah, you keep bringing it up.
I dropped it. I said I'm sorry.
This could have ended an hour ago, and then you started growing, like bringing new ideas into this and new challenges. That's
okay, fine. We'll do the frostbolt thing, and I'll tank when I get bored. There. You could just be the stick in the butt who doesn't want to play.
Lotus, final thoughts on where can people find you?
I will be dead shortly from massive sleep deprivation. And actually, I'm pretty sure Boots is about to attack me because she knows I have a cookie in my pocket. So she looks... She's glaring at me from across the room. She's off camera now. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter at LotusOfDoom. I have been streaming somewhat more regularly until Mid-Year Mayhem dropped over at twitch.tv. Lotus of Doom, but with Mid-Year Mayhem, I kind of got back off schedule. So once this ends, it'll most likely be right back to Battlespire for me. But yeah, otherwise you can just find me at either of those places. Probably the easiest way to get a hold of me if you need me for anything.
All right, Pixie.
You can find me on Twitch at HyperPixie Gaming and on Twitter at HyperPixie Games.
Well, you can follow... Actually, before that, I gotta mention...
oh, God.
No, I'm gonna keep it short. For anyone who managed to listen to this point, congrats, you made it through a 4-hour episode of incoherent arguing. And we hope you enjoyed that. And we will see you next time. But if you want to see and find everything we do, you can do so over at dungeoncrawlernetwork.com. There you can find links to all of our social media, including Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Discord, and every other thing. Be sure to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/dungeoncrawlernetwork.com. If you want to help support the show, you can also leave a 5-star review on iTunes so people know that we are a real podcast, that we say real words, and sometimes it matters. Most of the time, it's just incoherent. I can't even speak anymore. It's been 4 hours. I will see you all on the next episode of Tales of Tamriel, probably next week. Have a great night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
See you later.
When Akatosh slew Lorcan, he ripped his heart right out. He hurled it across Tamriel, and the heart was heard to shout, red diamond, the heart and soul of men. Red diamond, protect us till the end. The laughing heart sprayed blood afar, a gout on Seer it fell, and like a dart shot to its mark down in an alien well. Magica fused the Lorcan blood to crystal red and strong. Then wild elves cut and polished it down to Chimel at a ball. Red diamond, the heart and soul of men. Red diamond, protect us till the end. When elves lost Nirn to men, Akatosh gave the stone to Saint Alesh in token of her right to sit the throne. Red diamond, the heart and soul of men. Red diamond, protect us till the end. Red diamond, protect us till the end.